than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
I might need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away right now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away right now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
again. So stick around. So stick around. So stick around.
Yo, good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing? How are y'all doing today? Happy Saturday, Shenanigans. Let's turn this down just a hair because I feel like it's still loud. Is it loud to you guys? I know we got to have the background music. I guess it ain't too loud. Anyways, good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing? How are y'all doing today? Let's see here. We got Mama Llama gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing love to the Hive, babes. Seeker gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Seeker. I appreciate you guys supporting the Hive. As always, you know they help. So helps any channel. So that's really nice of y'all. I appreciate that. If you guys got one, make sure you give them a shout out. I see a lot of people saying thank you in the comment sections. They're like, I don't know who to thank, but I appreciate it. So just know it's really nice, even if somebody doesn't say thank you because they don't know who to thank. Just know that people do appreciate it. I get messages and stuff all the time saying thank you. So people they try to say thank you, but you know how it goes. You know what it is. All right, let me pin this link real fast before I forget it. All right, that should be pinned. That should be pinned up. Holy man, hold on. Shauna L gifted 5 memberships. Dang, girl. Y'all are coming in hot today. Said good morning. Happy Saturday. You get a membership. You get a membership. You get a membership. Y'all are too kind for real. Over here, over here with the Fallons and the cockroaches and the grifters and the assholes and now the linguistic bigots because we made fun of Betty's fake accent and Molly making fun of Betty's fake accent. Sheba, I'm not sure what's really going on with it, to be honest with you. I don't know why her bond has not been revoked. If those are new charges, her bond should have been revoked, in my opinion. However, I don't know how the law works in Tennessee. So that's where lawyers come into play because different states have different laws. And Unless you live there and you study the law, you're not going to know, the ins and the outs. So that's why they always say it's best to have an attorney help you, or be hire an attorney, because they know the ins and outs of the laws and stuff. I mean, in my opinion, I think you would think that it would have already been revoked, but yes, it's Labor Day weekend. It's my birthday weekend, actually. My birthday's Monday. Happy Labor Day weekend. Giving out memberships like Oprah giving out Christmas. My mom, I think they'll get her at the hearing in September and revoke the bond and put her in for a bit. Just my opinion. But she's building a case for them right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Her live streams and all that's all going to be used against her. All of it. Right. My mom had a Labor Day for sure. She sure was. She's in labor. Oh, Kim, thank you, love. Kim gifted 5 memberships. If y'all got one, make sure you tell her thank you. Give her a shout out. Oh, Mama, your granddaughter's birthday is the 3rd. I know we got a lot of Virgo babies in here. We got a lot of Virgo birthdays in here. Heather BBG. Cheers. Queen's birthday weekend member for 17 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, sweetie cake. I heard. Billy Joe was up here on the panel, and Betty watches everything we do over here. So of course, when she's Mr. You're September 10th. Sweet. Janelle, mine is the 9. Hold on. Mine is September 11th. Hard to forget once you know. Oh yeah, yeah. Virgo season's upon us, baby. Blank screen member for 14 months. You gonna have a party for your birthday? Well, I mean, come on now. No, I don't ever do shit for my birthday. Lil Davis fan member for 18 months. Monday birthday bash. Happy birthday, Queen. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that. September 1st is hold on. September 1st, Kylie Rodney and me share a birthday. Oh, chocolate, do you? Okay. Well, yours is coming right up on Sunday, then tomorrow.
Hey, what's up?
Tim, what you doing?
Not that much. I saw you heard a celebrity guest last night, Miss Swan.
Oh yeah. And listen, when they said the JLR could come, could play as Stewart, I fucking laughed so hard.
Oh my god! When I heard that, I was laughing. It's funny. It's a funny story. I heard there was a lot of regret last night for a certain person. A lot of extra drinking last night. Let's just say that much.
Oh yeah, she was slamming the white clams.
That
chug,
point,
chug. That's all.
yeah, man. Like Jesus Christ.
L with the 1999 super sticker says you shared a birthday with my beautiful late mama. Aww. It was a great night, Flutter said. I'm sure she's probably feeling nice today.
I don't think so. I think
Justice, I don't think so. Her stream was up. I mean, she usually leaves them up.
Yeah. Oh my god. So the Betster is thinking about going to the Quentin Simon trial. I mean, like the problem is with the Betster is that she's not going to make as much money as she thinks from doing that, because she only makes money from harassing and fucking with people, not singing.
Yeah, you know what? After all she did, Billy Joe might as well go in there and do her own restraining order.
I would. I mean, I would definitely be like saying like, this woman harassed me for like months, on like almost a month, and she's already got multiple.
It went on longer than a month, but yeah, they were outside for a month. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, and then
the harassment went on for months afterwards.
Yeah, and I would probably say, listen, this lady's dangerous. She's already got multiple protective orders, and she does this on a consistent basis. This is her routine. And I'd probably get a lawyer just to do that filing. You know what I mean? Just to get that protective order to get her not to come near her. You know? That's what I think. So, live.
Katie Joy, hold on. Jayless unveiled. Let's see. Says, I think judge having violations hearing the ninth. Okay, hold on. I think judge having violations hearing the ninth to jail her to be sure Betty shows for her hearing on the PO for Chris the 10th, throwing the books at her, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I think the book is going to be thrown at her. I think she has. I think she's kind of fucked herself by getting a lawyer a little bit, because now that she has a lawyer, they're going to be like, yeah, you know the law. You were advised by counsel, and you continue to do it even though you were represented by counsel. Now we're going to throw the book at you. You can't claim ignorance of the law. You can't do your usual bullshit. Now you got to go to jail. She's got to go to jail.
Well,
I don't know how long, but she's going to jail.
I don't know. In my opinion, I think they're gonna, use it as use this as an example of what not to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is this creepy behavior. She goes 3 a.m. with night vision goggles to fucking try to check someone's house. Checking the surveillance equipment, writing times and
Well, not
dates.
only that, but then she threatens, gets up on a live stream and takes a picture with her machete, and she's like, here, poses with it, says she's going to take it with her. Then when she gets back, she says and makes a statement that she took it with her. Even if she didn't, she still said she did. So, of course, that's going to make people uncomfortable. She has stated multiple times she has firearms. She is emotionally, in my opinion, unstable.
Yeah, man. And this is a woman that is armed.
That's fucking scary as hell. And I would be very uncomfortable if I was Terry or his wife or Chris and Katie. And I mean, no wonder they left their house. Jesus. I mean,
Yeah. Well, the problem is that they, she knows what she's doing, and I think the court's going to see that she knows what she's doing, and she's going to go to jail. Hey, your birthday's Monday, by the way, Queen. Birthday Monday. Oh, she smoked away. Also, I heard that apparently she's raised a bunch of money for her legal defense. She said like $6,500 or something like that. I'm like, okay, well, you know what I mean? You laughed at like Queen raising money to defend against your frivolous bullshit lawsuit. Now you're raising money, taking directly, from people like the attention for Sebastian Rogers and the money that could have went to Sebastian Rogers to keep yourself out of jail for your stupidity. Congratulations. And you plan on fucking jumping into events where it's supposed to spread awareness for Sebastian Rogers, but instead hijack them to spread awareness for yourself? Like, tell me you're not a fucking tumor to this case, but not telling me you're not a fucking tumor to this case. Morning. What's up? What's up, Flutter? What's up, Mystery? What's up, Seeker? I mean, she's just an absolute tumor. Tony and her are both fucking tumors. Happy Timot's Nini's birthday today. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, cool. Happy birthday, Nini. This is the first time I'm watching you guys on YouTube, on TV. Oh, okay, cool. But this is a usual thing where she takes attention from the actual investigation of the facts of the case to put it more towards herself, because she's a terrible person. I'm not singing for Nini. She's a terrible, terrible person. I mean, she did that with the Quentin Simon case. She took attention. Rose family's not doing any intervention for the Bepster. The Bepster's going to go crashing and burning. She's done that with the Quentin Simon case, where it was all the attention on this group of hecklers and idiots instead of focusing on the police investigation, really, and letting them do their job. She did that with the Sentinello case. Might be butchering the name. Clip me, make fun of me, whatever. But she did that with that case, where she made herself the focal point of that case as well. Every case she's on, she always makes herself the focal point, not the victims of the crime, not the actual facts of the case, but herself. For gift, I'd like you to sing a song about how beautiful and thin Chloe is. No, I will not, Nini. B. Tim is going to sing. No, I'm not. I'm not going to sing for the duck, for the cat. But anyway, but yeah, I just think that's the situation right now. B. Tim, yes, BHB makes fun of Katie and Chris leaving their home because they were scared, but yet she leaves her house because she is scared of being served. Yeah, she leaves the state because she's afraid of being served. I mean, this is a woman that honestly is, constantly paranoid, constantly afraid. Yeah, I was about to say dog, Dini. Constantly afraid of the situation of being served because she knows that she fucked up. She absolutely fucked up. She completely fucked up. She knows she's going to jail. She knows that that's why she's hired this attorney, because she knows that the only option she has is to get this attorney to save her ass, because there's no way that Betster's going into the courtroom and thinking that she's gonna fucking save her own ass. So the Betsters raised $6,500 to defend herself. She probably raised a little bit more, but I think she's gonna need more money than that to save her ass. She's gonna need like $10,000 to save her ass from jail. And that $10,000 could have went to a blimp board. That could have went fucking everywhere. There's certain things I will not read, Freddie, just in case, because there's current litigation involved, so I will avoid that. But I read your comment. Can she get her hair done then? No, she's not getting her hair done. She has no hair. She has dead hair. Like the plants with like that have root rot. Like when you have a plant that has root rot and the leaves are kind of around, but it's dead. That's Betty's hair. Betty's hair is dead. The roots are dead, and she's basically got root rot of the head because of the bleach. Anyway, Queen, if you want to hit the play button, I'll keep quiet. I was just filling in the dead air because I wasn't sure what you were doing. Root Rot Betty. Root Rot Betty is definitely a good name. I think Betty is mentally challenged. I think Betty's fucking stupid. That's what I think. I think she suffers from a case of stupidity. And I also think she needs to get better clothes, because I don't know where she thinks that she's going to walk around the streets with vaccine police. Her hair as dead as your soul, B. Tim. Absolutely. Absolutely. My soul is dead. The root rot is just a side effect. Probably. I'll be up in a few. Cool, voice. Cool. So she's not a natural blonde. No, she's not a natural blonde. Look at her history of mugshots. You'll see. She's not a natural blonde. She dyes her hair blonde to death, where she's almost going bald. At this point, she should just shave it all off, wear a wig. It probably will grow back after a while, and she'll get nice, healthy hair. What's the prison situation in Tennessee, New York? In New York, they have closed so many prisons. Someone not the case for Tennessee. In New York, they might let her walk around, but I don't know. I don't think she'd do very well running around New York, acting like a fool like this. Betty is why I've ever dyed a color of my hair. Yeah, you don't want to dye your hair too much. But anyway, Queen, if you want to hit the play button, you can.
Yeah, I think she's this is pretty fucking. I mean, this is pretty boring. But I was looking for where she talks about going to. She's of course, she watches what goes on over here. She's a little fucking.
I think it was more towards the end, a little bit
at the beginning. She talks about she's going to Quentin Simon's trial, because Billy was just up here, so that's where it starts. But then she rants off back here about Steven.
Back in that it was a false hit, and many of us that have watchdogs, have watchdog handlers, have done research cities that make up the county. So we need to look at those, but we need to be strategic. So I'm thinking that we need to start looking out, put that 5-mile block around the house where he disappeared from, right? The community he disappeared from. Put a 5-mile block and look around that. Now, it is my opinion, because Gallatin is familiar, White House is familiar, that those might be areas that need to be looked at a little bit heavier, actually look into the different types of dogs, canines that law enforcement, that will help us determine got to see dogs or something. We know that these scent dogs and just go down into these dogs, right? But we know that there was probable cause to go to a landfill and do a complete and utter search of a landfill. Now, do I think they did a thorough job at the landfill? No, not really, because I don't think they were out there long enough to do a thorough job at the landfill. We watched Chatham County and the landfill search of Quentin Simon and how long and how just arduous that search was.
There we go. There it is. What's up, Voices? How you doing?
God dang, she's looking worse.
I mean, I don't look the best when I wake when I first get up either. So,
well, she's
but then again, I don't jump on a fucking live stream and fucking start doing this either. So,
well,
she does look a little rough. I'm just saying, I probably look a little rough too. You know what I'm saying?
I do too on Saturday mornings, but that one's rough this morning.
Yeah, she misbehaving. She thinks she's the lead investigator. She really does, man. She really fucking does. Here.
They were out there for weeks, and I think almost 30 days, right? 30 days before they were able to locate Quentin Simon. I think, if I'm not mistaken, does anybody remember? I can't remember. I know that Leilani is going to trial in August, right? In the beginning of, October. In the beginning of October. I think her trial starts October 9th, related to Quentin Simon. And so we're going to try to be there. We'll see how everything turns out, whether the channel can be there, for the entire trial, or whether it's going to have to be one of these things where we're just there for a portion of the trial. But I would really like to get there. I know usually the first day or two is the voir dire, which I believe they're doing on the 7th and 8th. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that too. I need some clarification. It took 5 days, I believe. I don't think it was that soon. I really don't think it was that soon. Let me see. Let's look. Let's do Google. Let's do Google. I got the ability to do Google. Let's see what they have. No, I don't want to start another live. I didn't realize it was on YouTube. How long did the landfill search last for Quentin Simon's case?
According to WSB-TV, in the days following the 6-week search for the child, Leilani Simon was arrested and charged with his death. Investigators believe Leilani Simon put Quentin's body in a dumpster, which ultimately ended up in a Chatham County landfill.
So that doesn't tell me how long the search was. I remember it lasted a long time. It was a lot longer. It was more like 30. Yeah, I watched it. It was at least 3 weeks, probably more. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And they were able to recover.
Yeah, in those 3 weeks, you were out there acting like a damn donkey's ass. That's when you guys were screaming and hollering and fucking torturing the hell out of the neighborhood. And Leilani was in rehab. She wasn't even there. You guys were fucking taunting and torturing and bullying and fucking taunting the whole damn neighborhood. And the person that was allegedly responsible for what happened was not even there.
Well, they did it for super chats and money. You know what I mean? They didn't do it for the justice or anything. They did it because they wanted to make a sideshow for their fans, and they had to make it bigger and bigger. One got, Dolly had the mask, the turtle mask, marry me, Leilani Simon. This is supposedly alleged child murderer, like murdered her own kid, and you're talking about marrying her. You got Bullhorn Betty doing her usual bullshit with her bullhorn and acting like a fool with the signs and everything. And it was just a show at the end of the day. A show that cost the county close to $250,000 for her stupidity. That could have went they could have went to other things other than, police having to constantly babysit these morons that thought it was the appropriate response to basically stand in front of someone's house and act like they're judge, jury, and executioner. In a situation, and then they tried to do that, she tried to do that same thing again around these parts, but it didn't work because no one likes her. She has a group of people that dislike her. No one wants to work with this lady. JLR doesn't want to work with this lady. Justin doesn't want to work with this lady. Olivia doesn't want to work with this lady. No one wants to work with this lady because no one wants to actually be around this woman because she is a liability to your own, ability to stay out of jail.
The other thing, she's making a plan, and she could be tied up in court litigation and not able to attend this trial.
Oh, absolutely. She could be in jail. I mean, we don't know. There's 6 charges, criminal charges, for going against this lady, in my understanding, and each one of them carries a maximum sentence of 11 months and $2,500 worth of bonds. And if this judge thinks like he's really pissed off at this lady, he might hit her with 11 months, or he might hit her with 11 months each. We don't know. I mean, I doubt that the guy's going to put her in jail for 5 years over this. I highly doubt that. That's like 1 in a trillion chance. But I think she's going to spend a couple of, like, at least, a week or a month in jail to basically cool her heels, to realize the ramifications of what she's doing. Because she's been warned. She did 19 hours in jail, and she has not cooled her heels, and she thinks she can continue this stuff. So I think the judge will sentence her to jail. I don't think it's going to be for like fucking, 11 months, but I think there's a possibility for, 30 days or something like that. But you know what I mean? Like, I also think that Billy Joe should get a lawyer, get some clips going, and get a protective order on this woman around that time, because this woman has basically decided to target her. And the woman, no offense, I mean, like, the situation is that Billy Joe is already dealing with a lot. Her daughter's on trial for the murder of her own child, and unfortunately, that's a terrible thing to go through. And you don't need idiots like this deciding to show up and make things even further worse. I definitely use this as proof as that get some sort of protective order on this lady. That's my opinion. I think every family should eventually, if a person acts this foolish towards them, get a protective order, handle it legally, and collect your clips on this woman so that she can't continue to harass you and that she gets punished.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah. So, but it just shows you how petty this woman is. She watches a live stream with Queen Bee, and she wants to now go to the Lonnie Simon trial. She never mentioned a word about it until Billy Joe jumped up. Just shows you how vindictive this woman is. She doesn't care about Quentin Simon. She doesn't care about that child at all. She didn't give 2 shits about that child. She moved the fuck on to other views.
I think that I've heard her say it 1 or 2 other times when it's been getting, as the trial date has been coming closer. I do believe that she said it maybe once or twice before, but now we know that she's like straight up making a plan now that it's a month out. But I really have a feeling October's going to be not what Betty thinks October's going to be, right?
Turnbull did 60 days of jail, but the thing is that he had counsel. Imagine if he didn't have $115,000 to represent him in defense. He'd be absolutely fucking screwed. He would still be in jail. That's the truth. Betty does not got $115,000 to defend herself. She's lucky if she got $6,500 to defend herself. And she has to basically piggyback off of the Sebastian Rogers case to get that type of cash going. And the law firm is not really that great, especially the fucking receptionist that basically said, yeah, I'll just tell you exactly how much she paid and who we represent. I was like, whoa, bro, I've never heard this before.
Did she actually say how much she's paid?
Yeah, she asked her like, so there's a receipt that came out, that $2,500, and then she's like explained like, yeah, that was down payment, and they were hired on Friday. And which I'm assuming when they say Friday, I'm thinking like Friday last week type of deal, not Friday, because obviously the 8th is not a Friday. The 8th is it's not a Friday.
Right.
Well, yeah, according to Betty logic, showing up in front of someone's house is like perfectly normal. So, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people, you know what I mean? So, get what you fucking deserve, I guess. I mean, that you can put that energy out there and that stupidity will follow you at home, unfortunately, because this lady's stupid. Can you imagine BHB is a young enough still that she could be doing this vicious behavior another 30 years for real?
Well, she goes the fuck off on Stephen Crabtree.
Yeah, she does. Because Chris Stephen was on Titanium. last night. He was being interviewed.
Yeah, he's been on there like 2 or 3 times, I think. But she
Yeah.
anyways, because he did that thing on his own channel. Did you see? We played it yesterday. I don't know if you've seen it though.
Yeah.
He did a thing where he broke down Tony and Betty. Oh, I knew she was gonna be mad as fuck when she seen it.
Did you hear that she raised $6,500?
Yep.
I mean, she was saying that like you don't need money for a lawyer, and you don't take the money from your fans. I thought, costing her community all this money that she kept on saying to you, and now to save her ass.
Yeah, it's rich, ain't it? It's fucking real goddamn rich, ain't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's very amazing. It's almost like she is a hypocrite and a piece of shit, and she just 6,500, and she's trying to raise more money. Which, by the way, I think she needs more money. Don't get me wrong. I don't think she's, I don't think that's a scam. I think she needs probably $10,000, to be honest with you, to save her ass from going to jail.
Oh, I agree with you on that, B-Tim. I agree with you on that.
I truly, truly believe that she probably needs 10 grand.
Oh, yeah, them lawyer fees are going to rack the fuck up. But you know what? Karma's a motherfucker, ain't it?
Yeah.
Well,
sure the fuck it is.
I just saw somebody in chat say, damn it, where did it go? Never mind. I'll just shut up now.
I didn't see the receipts, but this is what Betty said.
I'm not going to go into the details.
Betty said $6,500. So I highly doubt that she would tell the world that she got $6,500 if she didn't get $6,500.
Which Betty terms, that's probably really $5,000, but she wants people to think, you know what I'm saying? She got the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe.
Details of that. Oh, before we get into this, I just want to take a little break. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you need to, just back out.
To like, share, and subscribe. You're bullshit. Let's see.
At the last bag, tell you guys. I never even thought about that, Misty, because.
Okay, let's get down here to the Stephen Crabtree shit because she goes clean off on his ass.
It should have been easier to find him.
You know what? Let me play this. Let me play Steven's real quick first. Should we play his first or play Betty's reaction to it? Play Betty's reaction to it first?
Well, I don't care. I want to see both.
Huh?
I don't care what order we play them in. I just want to see both.
I don't even know what the hell his channel name is. Let's see here.
Like,
I got it on here.
Something in corrupt.
Vanished and corrupt. Something like that. Corrupt and vanished. I don't know. I got it on here from before when I played it yesterday.
Boy, it would be kind of ironic if BJ decided to go and seek a restraining order.
Well, he took Betty's name out. He says, he addressing the situation, and it said with Tony Mathis and Bullhorn Betty, but he actually put it in he took it out of the title and put it in the description. So I don't know why the fuck we should have just left the shit how it was. Steven, now, see, you done got yelled at and you done went back on what Steven now. You know what? Somebody go tell Steven to come over and holler at us for a minute. We gotta find out what's going on. Oh, baby, you know what? What have I done? Queen, I screwed up coming up on panel. Well, baby, she was talking about coming up to your trial anyways, or to the trial anyways, but she's got enough going on with all her order protections in court with me and the lawsuit and shit like that. I wouldn't even worry about it. I would not worry about it, baby. Here we go.
She's gonna be so busy in September with court, and she may not even be a free person in October.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it either. The lady's fucking you see how much of a coward she is? And she only gets like that kind of brave shit when she has a group of people around her. She's a coward at heart, and she will fucking fold. And if she does harass you, I would suggest you get the evidence of it and then get a lawyer and then fucking have her get an order of protection on her in that state.
Well, I mean, not everybody has money just to go get a lawyer, though. That's
Well, she could do pro se, just like, you know, Chris and Katie and all them. But she can either way, she get the evidence and she can go to a local detective and be like, listen, if she goes like to an
because I mean
arrest.
they kind of know. But all right, here we go.
Today, tomorrow I'll do some more, but this video isn't about that. This video is actually about me, the bullcrap I'm dealing with here lately. So obviously y'all constantly see the attacks. I make snide remarks, I do. But at a certain point that it's just getting out of hand, man. It's constantly every day I have to hear about my past. And, you know, 10 years ago I was a garbage human, man. I was not a good person. But I can tell you, I've worked my ass off to get to where I'm at today. And to be able to tell y'all, man, that I have an organization, I do things for kids, and I try to be helpful wherever I can for the community. It's always like somebody just trying to be negative. And it's specifically two people. One of these people are just an evil, vile person. His name's Tony.
Yes, Betty said only guilty people hire attorneys. Yes, she did.
Obviously, y'all know him. Or, you know, Bullhorn Betty or Bitch Betty is what I'll call her. But at the end of the day, I'm not this person that they paint just like they paint. You know, it's a vice versa ordeal or whatever. I don't know the real Bullhorn Betty. I know that she has done some good things, but at the end of the day, it's this constant back and forth of just turmoil and bullcrap that I'm just sick of. Look, man, I had an addiction issue 10 years ago. I'm not proud of it. I was addicted to opiates. I've done some stupid things, but since then, you know, my beautiful wife's sticking by my side, making sure I got the help that I needed, and to get to where I'm at today, to be able to do this stuff and put it out for you guys. You know, it's something I'm super proud of, and she continues to support me. Hell, I go up to the juvenile detention center and I'll talk to juveniles. I talk to kids about addiction and, you know, the importance of being accountable. I mean, I was not an accountable person. I was not. I was horrible. I can't never take back what I did in my past, but what I can do is reflect on it and actually make changes necessary and help make changes to other people that, you know, that's deemed that they are going to be a failure to society, because hopefully.
I know that's right. And you know what? Just because you fuck up and listen to this doesn't mean that you're a shit motherfucking person for the rest of your life. People do make changes. You learn lessons. You learn life lessons as you go. What you did fucking 5 years ago, you know, you may be different than what you did fucking 4 or 5, 6 years ago. Or if you were in active addiction, you may do things that you know, never the sober you would never do or say.
I agree with that.
Folks that drink do things that they would. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you do and say things that you would never say when you're sober. You know what I'm saying? You do, you know, that's, you know, you've had people, there's been people that have killed, you know, families and kids and stuff to get DUIs. And I never thought I'd be here. I never seen myself being here. I never thought I would ever, you know, you hear these stories all the time. But I'll tell you what, every saint has a past and every sinner's got a future.
Hopefully what you can do is save somebody. Even if you talk to 10 people and one person, here's what your message is. Hopefully, you know, you've done some good, man. And again, I get so upset talking about this stuff. I'm probably going to stutter. This is something I'm passionate about. It's something I care about deeply. You know, it's just like addiction. It used to be in the forefront. Now all of a sudden it's pushed to the back again. Nobody cares. The government doesn't care. And at the end of the day, we're losing kids now to addiction. Now I'm talking about 10, 12, 13 years old, you know, getting a hold of fentanyl. And why is that? It's because it's run rampant. This war against drugs. Where is it really? Because it should be the war against these big pharma companies. But reality states that that'll never happen because it pays everybody. That's hush money for somebody on up the line somewhere. You know, I'm all into conspiracy theories. Like I said about Sean Taylor, there's reality and fiction, and somewhere in between that man was stuck, and so are others. I shouldn't have to get on here every day and trying to explain myself or who I am. You know, if you don't like me, then you don't have to like me. You're allowed to have your opinions. I'm one of the people that actually push for you to have your own opinion. But what I will say is I refuse to be a part of TikTok Tony's, you know, bash everybody hardcore. And if you're not team Tony and Seth, then F you. I've never seen a group of people literally so just like eager to prosecute two people without any factual evidence. And that's what's going on here. It's almost like the old witch hunts back in the day, you know, pitchfork and everything, except it's more modern and done with, you know, devices and social media than it is with pitchforks and knives.
See, that's the thing though. Betty, there's always got to be somebody to blame. There's always a bad guy in the story. It's always got, you know what I mean? Like this one is for her is Katie. Not so much Chris, but she goes after Chris because he protects Katie. In my opinion, allegedly.
Well, Betty writes her own stories, right?
Oh, yeah, she does that too, yep.
A lot of times she writes her own stories. So because she's writing her own stories, she makes her villain. And whether it's actually the villain or not, in Betty's story, whomever she deems the villain is the villain. And it's go after them and burn them at the stake because they're the beast. So
Yeah, it's always, it's like the cartoon, kill the beast, kill the beast. You know what I mean? You grab your pitchforks and get going.
That was exactly the image that I had in my mind when I started that statement. So thank you.
That's how it is, though. Literal Davis fan member for 18 months says, hold on, Monday, birthday. Oh, I already read that one. Wrong. Oh, go shorty. Go shorty. It's your birthday. Let's see here. Nana's, okay, what have I done? Jackie gifted a membership. Nana's love, I hope you're not worried about it. Like I said, she'll be busy, baby. I wouldn't worry about it. All right, here we go.
Topic that I become a discussion somehow out of somebody's mouth, apparently every day, because they feel a certain way, all because I don't feel as if you should be sitting here convicting two individuals to which there is no evidence against. That's what I don't understand. And then you have to understand, where is the part that this seems to be more about the money or the fame or, being in the spotlight? Because I'm going to tell you right now, for Tony, that is all it's about, is spotlight. And he's talking about, well, I'm not going to get on TikTok and give these people the benefit of that. Do you know that this man had the audacity to be like,
wait a minute, who's grifting? Come up here, Jay.
I think she means Stephen Crabtree.
hey man, did you ever see when you're on them lives, when I'm on there, everybody comes in there because they, hell, they don't give a shit what's coming out of my mouth. I could spew shit out of my mouth and everybody would be in there to listen. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. You're supposed to be a spokesperson about a young man that's missing. Not only Sebastian, but at one point Caleb Harris. And it seemed to be like one of those just things that you never cared about these kids. You only cared about how you appeared to the general public and what people perceived you to be. And what I've understood, man, dude, is this dude is just a garbage human, and that's it. There's no saving him. There's no nothing. Seeing his head in this fairy tale land of his, he's somebody, and he's making it out, right? You took over a child that went missing who is no longer here on this earth's profile, and those people were people that missed and loved him, not you, Tony. They missed and loved Caleb, but somehow it mattered that you got that profile. Why didn't you just start another one? Answer that. Why didn't you just start another profile? Because I know what you're going to say. Well, that's because it had traction already. These people, they gravitated, to kids missing, and they helped push the information out. They cared about Caleb, so you could push the information out for Sebastian and other kids. And so I went ahead and took it over because they knew what I was about. Yeah, whatever, dude. No, you took it over because you're doing this for the fame and for the general, like, oh, look at me, showmanship. And it's unfortunate, to be honest. I could sit here and name several things that I've seen in the last few.
Yeah, well, he pretty much nailed it, because that right there is exactly what's going on. Jet, thank you for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. Where did Ewok go? I don't know. Sherry, thank you for the $5 super sticker, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting.
I think Jay believes that basically that Mr. Crabtree has signed a contract, and that
yeah, okay, that's what I was wondering. That's what I was going to ask her. I thought that's what she was talking about, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and that this whole thing is an op to build his channel and to basically be like the controlled opposition against Tony Mathis, and for him to infiltrate into people that are basically criticizing Tony Mathis. That's basically my understanding of her position.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was going to say, I see she said, give me a second. She was going to come up, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to answer, or, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to just assume, because I wasn't sure if she knew something we didn't know. Like if there's something going on that, you know what I mean? Oh, what's up, baby?
Hey,
Can you hear us okay?
Was I correct in my assessment of what you believe the situation is with Mr. Crabtree?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My little mic isn't moving. Yeah, you're pretty much spot on, B Tim.
There you go. Yeah. Yep.
So my issue with this dude is he's gone back and forth with TikTok Tony. Bashing him, gone back to not bashing him. Now he's bashing him again. And then you look at Betty. And when Betty doesn't like someone, she doesn't call him a nice guy. Okay. She's ragging on him about, oh, little fishies. It's fake. In my opinion, I think it's all fake. I don't think they're feuding. I don't think she's got beef. Because if she truly didn't like him, she'd go hard on him. Worse than that.
The recent video did go hard on him. Actually, today's video this morning with the vaccine shirt went pretty hard at him. I don't know. I don't think he's good. You're giving Tony a little bit too much credit. This is a man who accidentally went to the bathroom and showed his peen to allegedly to
True.
tens of thousands of people. He's an idiot.
True, but why is this dude suddenly on YouTube now?
You know why? Because two reasons. One is probably because someone's, he can get his message out. Two is that he might be channel building. Who knows? He might be saying, fuck TikTok, Tony, I want to use this to build my channel. Doesn't mean like it could be that he's just using it to build his channel. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what he's done. He decided to transition
Use the situation and
Yep.
yeah, I don't like it. I don't like anybody who fell for Tony's bullshit. I just think you got to be smarter than that, and I'm not impressed. That's just my opinion.
Well, look at the people that he surrounded himself with. He surrounded himself with a lot of people that were not experienced in life when it comes to this stuff. You know what I mean? And I would say, like, I watched him on Titanium, and the guy was watching the chat. And to me, it feels like he's not used to dealing with social media because it's easy to get under his skin with the chat and everything. And that to me, that just shows me like you need to grow a thicker skin before you get into the wider arena. And I think he probably, with a bunch of other people, got bamboozled and tricked because they're not smart when it comes to social media, and they're not really that smart to begin with, unfortunately. And they got bamboozled and they got tricked. And now they're realizing they've been used and they're going out. But the problem is like,
So, Tim, do you think that the TikTokers are a little more naive than the people here on this platform? As far as with drama and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, look at the community that he tried to build. He tried to build people that were in the true crime missing persons. So a lot of them are not used to like the drama side of the shit. You know what I mean? They were easily manipulated and tricked. They were like, look, these evil people who are commenting on, me and making fun. They're trying to stop Sebastian Rogers being found. And they thought, just like any other person, it's easy to manipulate people to do evil acts when you tell them it's for the greater good. Just like, let's say, Germany or any other situation. Generally, they're good people that generally easily to manipulate if you make them believe that, the other side is evil and you're doing the good and we're gonna help.
When I visited TikTok for their lives and stuff, I thought they were way more drama than anything I've seen on the tubes here. But maybe it's just because the platform's a little crazier.
I believe that TikTok has its own drama. I believe that their drama is different than the drama that we have here on YouTube.
It is, isn't it?
Yep, which is also different than the drama that's on Facebook. It's like each individual platform has their own amount of drama, but some of them bleed over into ours. Like Facebook bleeds over into YouTube, TikTok bleeds over into YouTube. But, and I really believe that the drama is different over there than what we have over here.
Yeah. Also, Kodo said that basically it could be that, TikTok's being banned because it's basically half owned by the government of China. Like any company that's actually any company that's run by in China has to be half owned by the government.
I don't know.
TikTok, I feel like is like they have drama of their own and stuff too. You know what I mean? But I feel like it's a different platform, and over there you can, you know what I mean? Like a lot of them are like they do the.
Well, their live streams disappear, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think. It's like
you can't revisit their chat. You know what I mean? You can't go back and rewatch what happened and what was said.
It's got to be screen recorded, and you got to be there to see it right then and there. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of it's.
Yeah, because remember how bent they got when it was screen recorded?
Oh, yeah,
they were so, like no one has ever done that to them before.
But have you ever heard the dead internet conspiracy theory, Jay?
The what?
The dead internet's conspiracy theory.
No.
Well, basically, it's a conspiracy theory based upon that most of the internet is run by bots to direct people's actual behaviors based upon like artificial bots. So like, this is cool. And they get a bunch of bots to basically say certain terms or report. And basically they're creating AI, and this is actually true. There's a YouTube channel that actually created an AI fake scientist to basically talk about global warming and stuff like that. Sidebar. No, it segues back into this conversation. So I think like most of TikTok is run by bots. I think a lot of the views are artificial. I don't think they're actual views. I think I would say 50 to 70% of TikTok is botted. So that's just my opinion, and that's what I think.
Yeah, TikTok's a mess. But Sweetie Cake, I do agree with that. She said, I think Steven is trying to find an audience who will take him more seriously. TikTok is awful. I deleted my account. Maybe that's the case, but the whole history with Tony is why I'm suspect, and I have my own reasons because Tony tried to drag me into his bullshit. So that's where my opinion comes from on this.
Now, see, I was wondering, did he bring you into some shit, or did what happened? You know, like, did more happen? Because I wasn't sure. I knew they were trying to like reach out to you, and you know.
Well, he had emailed me, and you know, and because I wanted to have Seth on, and when Seth first started coming out and talking, and he said, "Okay, you know, we have to get on the phone first and have a conversation, and I'll get you all set up."
And you were like, no.
Yeah, and I wrote him back. I said, no. I said, anything we talk about, I think for transparency can be done in the live. And he refused. But then they tried with the barbecue lady telling me my marriage was going to be ruined, that they had my husband's name, just gross stuff like that. So I don't know what they have on this guy.
Whoa.
In order for
him
him
to
her
message you and tell you that, or she just did that on her own?
She texted me, and I don't know if she did it on her own. I'm okay. This is why I don't trust barbecue or this guy, because she was not cool with Tony. Then she was cool with Tony. Then she was not cool with Tony. And she texted me 911 one day, barely knew her. She texted me 911, I need to talk to you. I said, I'm at the pool with my granddaughter. She's like, it's important. So I called her. I was on three-way with her and her friend Tammy. They say, oh, I just got off the phone with Tony, barbecue says, and he has information that can ruin your marriage. And he said something about a lawsuit. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. I know what he's talking about because Betty had already alluded to the fact that I had an affair with JLR, right? So this was what it was all about. And I said, well, he doesn't have anything on me, so I don't give a shit. Well, then she had another call coming in and she said, it's Tony calling me. I'll call you back. Never heard from her again. So that tells me that was Tony calling to see what I said. And I know I've seen their antics, and I just think there might be more that Tony's holding over this guy other than his past with addiction, because he's openly talking about that. I think they're very, very dirty, and I've seen it myself. And then Terry Lynn trying to bait me with all of this information, and Terry Lynn and him are buddies. I don't trust it. I just don't.
I was about to say, I just love the fact that, you know, this is supposed to be awareness for a missing child, and these full-grown 50-year-old or 40-year-old adults are playing games and, you know, and then doing all this shenanigans, all because of Tony Mathis, because he's a piece of shit, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I just want everybody to just be cautious, be aware, you know, because Terry Lynn is singing his praises over there just last night.
Yeah, well, R. Taylor said, how much time are we going to focus on adults in the case? We need to bring Sebastian home. We all need to put our knowledge and lead or whatever. But you just came in here trying to drop some bullshit and some fucking funky ass event that Terry Lynn's making, and I'm not fucking supporting that.
Terry Lynn's search or whatever.
Yeah, she's trying to make some fucking event. I'm sure it's probably some goddamn grift event, but
someone put it in my chat last night or in one of my comments yesterday too.
Yeah, no, we ain't supporting that bullshit. We ain't sharing it over here. What the fuck? Hell no. Parking lot party ain't getting that. No.
No, I didn't have an affair with JLR. I'm married.
Well, obviously they haven't been around and watched you because your husband is a mod in your channel, right?
Right. Oh, that's another thing, voices. I think that Tony was kind of banking on the fact that my husband wasn't aware of like what goes on online. And I think that he was planning on contacting my husband, telling him a bunch of bullshit, saying your wife's causing, you know, X, Y, and Z problems, and trying to get my husband to,
now I almost wish you would have let that happen now.
I know.
I'm sorry, Jay. That's
that would have been a lovely fucking call to record. And
yes,
you should have told your husband to go along with it.
Yes. I know. I didn't
Even
even think
better.
of that though, because like I'm assuming that he's probably thinking, man, her husband is not in her lives, like
Right.
Cletus is, or other people that go live and their husbands like chiming in or around. And my husband's really not around a lot in the chats. He listens, but he's not always commenting. So I'm
Right.
thinking maybe he didn't think he was aware and he was going to try to go that route to get me to shut up, because they've tried to get me to shut up so many ways. Affair with JLR. We're going to tell your husband. It just never ends with them. Oh, we'll give her false information to put out so she looks stupid.
That kind of stuff is the stuff that I say is the drama that goes on TikTok, because they can pull that shit off over there. Those people are all like brand new to social media. Many of us that have been on YouTube have been here
Yes,
for
and they're
years.
young voices. They're in their 20s. Those girls are in their 20s with young children, with babies.
I don't understand why. What's the point of Mr. TikTok Tony was hanging around at 2 a.m. with these young women, just basically not even talking about the case, but just randomly talking. I'm like, man, aren't you like, what are you doing? Like, are you, that seems a little odd to me. Like, you almost have like a 20 or what? He's like in his 50s, almost a 30-year age difference, and you're hanging around with all these. And it's like, come on, what are you doing around here?
It's very disturbing.
No, I don't have a channel. Yeah, it's just very weird. These mic. I'll lower my mic. My bad. I'll lower it.
Well, they look like they're in the 20s to me, because I'm 50. So maybe they are in their 30s. To me, that's still young when you're 52.
Yeah, you shouldn't be. I mean, like, I don't know.
What is even common with these girls?
Yeah, and it's not like they're coming around to discuss the case or bring up the information and spread awareness. It's like mostly he's just sitting there shit talking and just shit talking other people. I'm like,
well, I think that he's duped those girls into thinking that they're a part of helping find Sebastian. And I think that they really believe in their cause. I really think they do.
Yeah,
the
it's
downside
easy.
to that is going to be that the only thing that he's done is get them looped up into any sort of future litigation that the family tries to put against any of the social media people that have caused chaos and consternation in their son's case.
No,
He's definitely put him in a bad spot. That's for sure.
I mean, the problem with Tony Mathis is that he's put himself out there for a possible civil lawsuit. Now, Betty doesn't have jack shit. She's got her house, but the house you can't take that from her. Maybe her car you can take. I don't know.
Right.
And her dog. I don't know. Maybe the dog considers an accent. So, I mean, like, basically, Tony Mathis is the one that seems to have money. And if he keeps this fucking up where he creates this hate campaign and all these text messages come out and people are willing to testify, there could be a possible, like, Kirsten Katie could possibly say to themselves, fuck it, let's sue they got the money behind Betty and sue Tony Mathis because he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I think Tony Mathis is a big talker too. I think that when people say how loaded they are and how his life is such paradise, that there's got to be trouble there.
Yeah, like I've sat in rooms with people that own like two, and I'm not bragging, I'm just saying like part of my job is to be with some of these people. With people that own like 2 Manhattan fucking skyscrapers, doing, talking about air rights and talking about tens of millions of dollars. And usually they walk in with flip flops and fucking khakis and a t-shirt because they don't give a fuck. Because when you get to a certain amount of money, you don't give a fuck about what people think about you, because people have to be worried about what these people think about them. You know what I mean? Like that is
he's said so many times, I'm not exactly a broke old man either. Okay, then why were you writing bad checks and scamming charities? I mean, obviously he's got a bad history, and yeah, exactly. We know what he's about.
That's where I was headed with it. If this guy was so great, then why is it that we just saw a lengthy history of scamming school districts, churches, charitable organizations?
Right, horrible shit. Like stealing a logo from a school to make money off selling merch.
Right.
You ever see Ty Lopez? Like, this is my Lamborghini, and this is, I don't know how to read. Do you ever see those commercials on YouTube years ago? Ty Lopez. He's like this, like basically he bought a bunch of advertisement on YouTube, and he's like, I'm in my garage with my Lamborghini, and I like to read. And basically, his main way he got a lot of money was basically selling that he could make a lot of money. He didn't make a lot of money. He was just a complete idiot, but he just sold the image of being rich.
Right.
That's where he made money. And I just feel like Tony's an unsuccessful Ty Lopez. In my
Hey,
opinion.
Ocean Blue. Sorry, Tim. Cheating is bad too, Jay. Ocean Blue, what are you talking about? You want to come up? The link's pinned. Come and tell me what you're talking about. Cheating. I'd like to know about my cheating.
Well, that person.
Sick of it. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of people talking about my cooter and my marriage. Two things they know nothing fucking about.
Well, and why is that where they go to?
I don't know.
Right,
It's
the
gross,
two
man.
main things they don't know shit about.
It's not
When
like
they
you're
stay talking about it.
OnlyFans.
Shit's
You know?
ridiculous.
You're YouTube. You're not OnlyFans. It'd be different if you were OnlyFans. Then go ahead and talk about that all day long, right? But you're YouTube. You do true crime. You don't show your feet and other body parts.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
So why is it even being talked about? Like,
well, it's
Weird.
because it's character assassination. Usually, they can't go after you based upon arguments, so they go after your character to try to discredit anything you might say. So basically, the only thing they can think about is saying, "Oh well, she cheated," and stuff like that. Meanwhile, by the way, Tony, if you say this in a live stream, that's called defamation. You will be sued.
I'm waiting for these texts where he says this. I'd love to see it.
No, I think he does a lot of things behind the scenes. I think he's like a little shit talker that gets other people to do his dirty work because he's a fucking coward, and he wants to actually be on TV. He wants to be like holier than thou. He wants, oh, I'm so good. I'm helping the children. But the truth of the matter is that motherfucker just wants a true crime channel and have a foundation for it so he could be even more famous. Because that's where you can make the big money, when you make the foundations. Like
Well,
once
I'm
you
pretty
make,
sure it would
Well,
be
yeah, I think-
infamous, not famous.
I think he's
Infamous.
following and he wants to follow in Joe Petito's footsteps.
yeah, and then if you get the proper grant writer for the government and know where to write how to do taxes, you can and then basically you're employed by the foundation, you can make a lot of money easily. Just sit back and collect the checks basically. And then you get some YouTubers. It's very easy. The problem is Tony's a fucking idiot and he doesn't know how to actually properly create this organization because he's dumb. Luckily, the most idiot, these people are evil people, are dumb. That's probably like the good news in the world. And he's just too dumb to realize that. He's completely destroyed his reputation on an online platform, on TikTok, YouTube, and probably Facebook. So no one trusts him. It would be an easier time for JLL to make a foundation than fucking Tony Mathis, because I feel like JLR at this time has a better reputation than fucking Tony Mathis. And that's just true.
I mean, he's literally like blackmailing people, like and handmade dolls and stuff. Said this is blackmail. It's illegal. If he's using pictures of someone's daughter, that's illegal. So if someone's doing that, they should probably report it. Someone said that Tony sent out a picture of someone in a bikini. Someone's kid.
I thought it was his kid. I thought that I heard someone say the kid was 15 years old or something.
Yeah, his daughter is what I heard.
Yeah, his daughter. But some said it was like when she was 15 or something, or whatnot. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dude,
Either
you gotta
way.
be careful doing that, because even if they were 15 in the picture and they're an adult now, you could get yourself into trouble.
Yeah, it
doing
doesn't
stuff like
matter.
that.
I mean, if it was a full-grown adult, like even if it was like a fucking 35-year-old woman, you're sending a picture of your daughter in a bikini to a bunch of randos you don't even know on the internet, and you're dealing. And the problem, and this is why I get like a little. You're dealing with true crime cases that have real serial killers and murderers you're talking about. So it's like, I don't know. I'm a little paranoid about the information that goes out there with like, ex trafficking rings and kidnappers and murderers and serial killers. I mean, who knows if like a serial killer doesn't just say to himself, oh, you know what? This guy pissed me off. Like the Red Dragon movie where he grabbed that news reporter and put him in that chair. And said, do you see? Like, I don't want to be that news reporter and then set on fire and then toss it to the alleyway. But like these people just don't realize, like you're dealing with really serious criminals, in these cases. And he's just acting like a complete fool. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. But can we bring up one more topic about this Crabtree fella before I forget? Okay. So how about the fact that he is also reiterating that Seth is talking to the FBI and working with the FBI and knew that this reward was coming out.
That's a
I
lot.
had questions about that.
What?
This is Stephen Crabtree's message that Seth Rogers is in fact working with the FBI and knew that this reward was coming?
I call BS.
I call total
yeah.
BS.
I call BS, and you know why? Seth threw a baby ass fit, and if you go fucking look at his post, he's mad as fuck and wouldn't even show up at her voice's bullshit in front of the sheriff's office because they refused to tell him what they had in his son's case. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Tim guy, Corporal Tim or whatever.
Major Tim.
Major
They would
Tim.
not tell him about the fucking reward because they wanted to announce it out there.
Right.
You know,
They wanted it to go out in the media.
They told the media, and the media actually told Betty about it.
Exactly. And I don't believe that for a second. But you know who else is saying that? Betty. Betty is saying that Seth is working with the FBI and this dude is seconding it. So I don't trust it. I just don't trust it.
Could it be that Tony just told him this and then he just like believes it?
Right. Well, that's the point.
No,
that even if that's the case, that's the point. He's not smart enough to know at this point. After he went to Warsham's and came on live and lied about the cameras at Warsham's and then lied about the information that he got from law enforcement, he's still gonna put out there that Seth is working with the FBI. I mean, yikes.
I believe that this trash between Betty and Steven, I believe that it is a manufactured fight. Hey, Steven, I'm going to say mean things about you, so you can say mean things about me. It doesn't matter. We're not going to get mad at each other. We're still going to be cool. We still need to present as a divided front.
Oh, Ocean, there's plenty of room up here. This isn't like TikTok. Our boxes don't get full of bullshit. There's plenty of room for you up here.
If you want to come up, I can move. I can step down too.
I will absolutely hop down if they want to come up.
By the way,
they're
guys.
being rude. They said there's not enough room up here with all that girth. They're not being nice about it. So don't go anywhere, in my opinion. Sorry, Queen. It pisses me off.
No, I don't give a fuck. Go ahead and say what you need to say.
I mean, that's just rude. Sit and chat and talk your shit, but there's too much girth up here. What does that even mean? Come up here, Ocean. I think that's Ocean.
Is that one of the TikTok trash girls?
I think it is.
2 a.m. trash bags? Okay.
I think that's one of the 3 a.m. hookers.
It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely.
I better call my girl Ocean to warm me up.
Pardon me, I'm behind. I'm behind. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I'm behind because of my absence, but somebody I heard said that Betty's taking credit for the FBI's $50,000, and I'm sure she's been telling Seth that she's the reason why the FBI all this protesting and stuff with the voices and whatever. I'm sure she's told him that she's the reason why this is happening, and he's believing it. I'm sure.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure.
I never heard her say it myself because I was gone, but did anybody hear that? That she was taking credit for it?
Well, she kind of did that outside at her little Gathering of Voices protest, making it sound like she had some big part to do it. But Seth actually knew that there was some sort of an announcement coming the night before because he made a post on social media about Major Tim. It's not about good versus evil. It's about standing up and integrity and blah, 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 blah. And they wouldn't tell him what the announcement was. And they waited until after Betty did her thing. And then the news media walked up and said, hey, did you know that the FBI has announced that there's a reward up to $50,000? And so Betty's going on and on saying, we got 50,000. We got 50,000. Okay, whatever, Betty.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they did all that early morning, got it out to all the media, typed it up real quick because they were scared because Betty was going to be there protesting. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, wait, here's Ocean. Sorry you slept with Tony J. You'd know his girth.
Dude, we've all seen his girth. He put his dick on a TikTok.
Yeah,
we've seen his girth.
And then Tony called it his tiny pecker too. Don't forget.
I mean, it kind of reminded
No,
me. I mean,
here's the. Oh, go ahead.
See what happens though when I start talking about the truth about these people? She comes out of nowhere. You guys be careful who you trust around here.
Kimber,
There
thank
really
you
was
for
no
gifting
girth
10
to talk
memberships,
about.
and I appreciate that. Captain Ganja, thank you for becoming a new member. Cedric, thank you for becoming a new member. And Bueller says, does anyone trust anyone in this case? Absolutely fucking not. Shed, nay. Thank you for becoming a new member. And let's see, here's his post. Ready? So this is Seth's post right here. He didn't even have the fucking audacity to show up to Betty's fucking bullshit protest shit she did. It isn't about the lack of humanity. It is about evil versus good. Major Tim, Sumner County Sheriff's Office informed me today when I called him about Sebastian that they have information on the case, but they don't feel like sharing it with me today. He said they will share the information tomorrow, which is when they did. They shared it the next day with the news organizations, and the news organizations then told Betty about it, and that's how she found out. Why does my son have to wait until tomorrow? He is important to me every day, yesterday and today and tomorrow. When will they going to remember that they are supposed to protect and serve the people and stop serving themselves? Now, how fucking selfish does that sound? Like, seriously? They didn't tell him about the fucking reward fund, so here he comes out bashing the fucking police department.
Yeah, and then after they announced it, he said, "Oh, that's great, but I wish that there were agencies that were emotionally invested in their cases."
Right.
I don't think people should be emotionally invested in that case if they're like.
No, they shouldn't. No,
Right.
they shouldn't.
That's
Because
toxic.
Yeah, like you're going to get very bad results when that happens. Usually, it's never a good thing because you want them clear-minded professionals, not people that are crying or getting angry or not stuff like that. It's not a good idea. But anyway, I put a funny clip in the back just so you about the a certain.
I saw
trial.
that.
Yeah, I just like whenever I see Tony's thing, I was just thinking that whole thing, like that whole time.
Beat him. You're so funny.
Red Rover. Send Ocean right on over.
Yeah, come on up, Ocean. She's still going on.
I mean, like at a certain point, why even let like Ocean talk if they're not going to jump up? Like you're just going to keep on talking shit in the chat and not hit that link? Like really? Get the fuck up here! Like seriously. Like you're just talking shit in the chat and you're not even jumping up. Like
She says, I don't know Tony. I know Crabtree has a heart, whatever she said, heart of gold or a sweet soul or some shit.
Oh yes, a man who.
I don't know.
With all of the bad side on this case, who has admitted to pulling fuckery and fuck shit, and he has a sweet soul. Are you kidding me? What part of those actions indicate that he has a sweet soul? Please take a link and tell us.
Listen, I don't know if like he has a sweet soul or not. I don't know if anyone has a sweet soul or not. I don't know people that much. But the truth of the matter is, it's like this individual this individual's made a mistake. Hopefully he's going to acknowledge his mistakes in the future and learn from them. But at the end of the day, I mean, I believe that he's, in my personal, Jay's got a different opinion on this. My personal opinion is I think he's been bamboozled. I think he got tricked, and I think he might continue to be tricked if he doesn't learn from his mistake. And his mistake is, he's got to learn. And hopefully he learns and moves on. But I think you should take anything he says with a grain of salt because he got his information from Tony, who lies more of the time than he breathes. I mean, at this point, he's a complete liar. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But I don't know if he has a sweet soul. I don't even have a sweet soul. I'm telling you now.
Right. How sweet is your soul, Ocean, that you entertain the fake lawyer and the fake cop and all this fake shit going on in your boxes on TikTok?
I would dare to say that these are more accomplices than associates.
I think
I'm
he
not even
seems.
sure if that's the right Ocean, though.
I think he seems like a nice
why would
person.
she accuse you of, saying you slept with Tony if she's friends with Tony? You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, because I talked about his little pecker. And she said you would know if you slept with Tony.
No, I think about 50,000 people would know. Maybe like 100,000 people would know about now. I mean, I think Rowena was talking about how one time
Add Delta, the repo man, to that too. He knows.
Yeah. I mean, Rowena was in the salon and she was like, did you, the person that was doing their hair that wasn't even like part of the true crime sphere was like, did you see that TikToker person showed their peen on a green screen? It's like literally everyone has seen it because, you know, it's pretty big news. And like multiple people had live streamed it and recorded it. You had Dolly Vision, who said it looked like a peen. You have JLR, said looked like a peen. You have Barbecue Lady that said that she screen recorded it and said it looked like a peen. You have Crime Critters recorded it and was chatting in the chat, looked like a peen. I mean, it wasn't an overlay. I mean, it was just simple as that.
An overlay.
Yeah, that's not an overlay.
I just can't believe we're still talking about it not being his peen. It's like so ridiculous.
Oh, it's definitely his peen.
He sent it to the FBI, remember? And now the FBI is working with Seth. Okay. Okay.
He sent it all to Delta too. Delta the repo guy. He's sent it all to him too.
I mean, I saw Crabtree in the titanium, and one question I had for him is, what type of belt buckle does Mr. Tony Mathis wear? Because we need to match the belt buckle. Because I truly think the other part of that peen slip was the belt buckle. That's just my opinion. So we need to analyze the true crime analysis of the belt buckle. Dun, dun, dun.
Belt buckle gate.
Belt buckle gate. We need to compare the belt buckles. But yeah,
Tim, we did that. We saw the soldering. We saw the little hooky thing. Like we did that. We don't have to go back again.
Back it up, Terry. Back it up.
We heard the toilet flush. We heard the stall door slam. We heard the unbuckling sounds. We saw the peen come out. We heard the piss. We heard the toilet flush. We heard the buckling and zipping again.
We heard the door open going back out in the lobby. We heard the people in the lobby.
People get louder in the lobby. I mean, like, he went to the bathroom. Duh.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just think he went to the bathroom and that's what happened. It's just very simple.
And all he had to do was be like, whoops, I did not mean to do that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and people would have probably laughed at him.
If that was your little wiener, would you admit it?
No.
I mean, come on.
I would say I was very cold. It was very cold in that bathroom. And
just Samantha there,
yeah, she's trying to ask a question. What's up, baby?
Sorry, guys. I don't want to interrupt and be rude. Well, good morning.
Jump in on here. What's up, baby?
I heard some chatter, and with Jay having a channel, Voices has one, I was wondering your guys' thoughts about people going from chat to chat and they're dropping like the same exact information and then riling them up with this said information, usually blaming Chris and Katie. Now, like pushing the narrative. Would you guys believe that? Or have possibly you've seen it, Jay? Where it's like the same exact thing.
Constantly.
Yes. You're exactly right, Just Samantha. You are exactly right.
Yep, it happens every time, especially when we're on certain topics. It can be a little worse than others. But yes, there's always a few people that are trying to drop a narrative. Yep, I recognize it.
And it's usually like, I just feel that Seth surrounded himself with these people who go after Chris and Katie. And it's so disgusting, You would think that you would want them to come together the best that they could for the sake of their child. It's mind-blowing where we're at with this situation in this case.
Samantha, I agree with you. And I said the other day, I think it's really ballsy of people to step in to a situation where there's like strife between the bio mom and bio dad, and then you have a kid missing when there's already, problems there. And then you have these people stepping in as if they know them, standing up for one side or the other. I mean, at this point, Chris and Katie are being defended because they're not speaking out, right? They're not saying anything. So it's like people are defending them because they're not saying anything. But Seth is. So Seth's narrative is thick. on the YouTube streets. It really is. He's
And
played
why
on
would they
sympathy.
speak out?
He's
Like,
played
look
on
what just happened.
heartstrings. Yeah, I mean, look at how he approached these people, right? Oh, I was homeless. She left me with nothing. I lived in my car. I couldn't have my son. She took my son from me and then moved across the country. I mean,
Yep.
it's just one thing after another. And there's certain people who will buy into that immediately and just have this unending love for him and what he went through,
Yep.
allegedly went through. You know, they ignore the divorce paperwork. They ignore all of those accusations that were done in front of witnesses. Like even Seth said in one of his interviews, you know, I got into fights with psychologists at the school. And then we, you know, read the divorce thing where he hit Sebastian in the head in front of a teacher or the principal or whatever. I mean, people don't want to hear about those things. They just want to hear that, you know, Seth misses his son. I just want my son. I need my son. That's all we've heard.
Yep.
Can you imagine if he actually went and showed up with BHB at that court hearing? Like, we talk about how nobody can like pull her in, but nobody's going to tell Seth, like, how does that look in the public's eye? You're standing next to a woman who's being charged with harassing the mother of your child who's missing and his family. Like,
Can
the
I be honest,
absurdity.
though? Can I be honest, though? I think Seth loves it. I think that he wants
Right.
nothing more than Katie to be harassed and feel harassed. And I think that he's more than welcoming someone else doing it for him.
Oh, absolutely.
I agree.
Yep.
As sad as that is, I think that any kind of, you know, pain or any inconvenience even that it puts on Katie and Chris is they're just desserts to him. I think
Right.
that he's out for revenge. I think that he's still hurt. He's not over her. And he's carrying that around and he's never gotten rid of it. And it's
Well,
just
Jay,
built up and built up.
in several interviews, he's said that about how, you know, he didn't date anybody for 7
Mhm.
years.
Mhm.
He destroyed his family.
He ruined his life.
Yes, yeah,
Mhm.
all of
Mhm.
that. I agree with you on that.
I think
And
he
And
is
look
just
at the people
it.
he surrounds himself with. Like, I truly believe it's Tony and Seth's camp who is pushing the narrative about
Mhm.
Chris and Katie being guilty. And
And I
that's my
is.
Can I
opinion.
tell you what I think? I don't think Tony's the catalyst. I think Tony's doing what Seth wants him to. I think Seth is running this show. Like he said,
Well.
this is my show. This is my son. I don't think Tony stepped in and took over and is, you know, making this narrative. I think he's doing what Seth wants. That's my opinion. I don't think he's changed anything. I think he's going along with what Seth Rogers wants him to.
I agree. Because Seth has always said that this is his show. And
Mhm.
yeah, and Sebastian going missing was just one more thing that in Seth's mind ruined his life. That Katie ruined his life, you know.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
said that, Cheesy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, this
He
would
said there were 2 times that Katie fucked up his life.
Yeah.
The first time was when she filed for divorce, and the second time was when his son went missing.
Right.
Well, if he
and you gotta
wasn't okay
remember-
with it, don't you think he'd pull Tony aside and say, hey, don't talk about my child's mother like that? We haven't seen
Absolutely.
any of that.
Mm-hmm.
He wants her to be dragged. He wants Chris to be dragged. He wants them to be accused. I really think he does.
You got to remember, he was on that hate campaign long before Tony ever stepped into the picture. He was
Yes.
already putting all of that out there, laying that foundation firmly before Tony.
Absolutely,
Tony
he
ever came
was.
into the
On
picture.
Justin on TikTok, he went on there and he was like, you two shouldn't be around kids. You know, he
And
had that whole
Pascal.
outburst. Mm-hmm.
And on Pascal.
Yep. On Pascal too. And it's not a Tony thing. I think Tony just is controlling the narrative for him.
I agree, Jay. It's terrible.
It's terrible. It is terrible. And that's, you know, the more that I've listened to Seth's interviews over and over, the more I'm seeing why Katie got the hell out of Dodge.
Right.
And the panels that he goes on just fuel the fire. I'm pretty sure if he ever came over here or tried to, Queen would be like, why the fuck you talking about your child's mother like that? Like the real shit, you know?
ask the hard questions. He's never asked the hard questions. That's why they choose certain creators.
Well, they wanted to basically give you a personal
agree with
phone
that.
call because basically, I don't know. It's like certain states have one party, two party consent, so they can. I heard that was one of the people's explanation why they want to get you on the phone. I think it was barbecue.
Oh, well, one thing he did say to me in an email, like he was trying to get me on the phone. I said no. Then he came back and tried to get me on the phone again. And he said, you can record it if you want. And
Yeah,
I
like,
thought, yeah, I'm not stupid. Florida's a two-party state. So I'm not going to set myself up to record you, Tony, play it, and then have you get me in trouble for it.
Yeah, like that's why I feel like that's why he wants to have these phone conversations. So, if you do record it and you're in a two-party consent state, you can go to jail. Just like Turtle Boy, he's actually facing charges for federal wiretapping because he illegally recorded a woman that he assaulted.
Because it doesn't matter if he tells me an email, you can record it. That's not permission on the recording,
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be any recording. It could be just like, I meant the other day, the other one. I meant the live. You can record.
Yeah, I'm like,
live.
I'm not getting involved in this mess. He's telling me to record it. Like, no. There's no reason for recorded calls and private calls when you are talking to a YouTube person who just wants to have the father on to talk about his son that's missing. Like, there's no need for all that. It's not that deep.
It's necessary if you want to tell her, okay, or tell the YouTuber, hey, you can't ask this question, you can't ask this question. Don't ask about the, when he first met Katie.
Or don't ask about Katie. Yeah.
Yeah, don't ask if you're going to get into that. Don't ask about when he met Katie at 12 years old when he was 21.
And I did say that, like in the email, I'm like, is there any certain things we can't talk about? I mean, tell me, we don't want to talk about the marriage to Katie. It's just not that deep. I've done so many interviews with parents of missing kids. It's just never been that deep. And when he was making it such a big deal just to bring Seth on panel, I knew something was up.
Yeah. Like my question would probably be like 13 hours. What time is your shifts? What's your routine with your shift? Where are you working? What time is your lunch? And stuff like that.
At that point, even B. Tim, I said I wanted to know all about Sebastian. It was right after the Coffin Daffer interview where he talked about Sebastian. It was like the first time we heard anything about Sebastian, really. And I liked it. And I wanted to know more about Sebastian's life and what it was like. And that was exactly what I told TikTok Tony. I want to know about Sebastian. I think the Coffin Daffer interview was great. And I'd like to know more. And ask Seth about his son. It wasn't even about like, where were you? Because honestly, I wasn't even planning on asking him those kind of questions.
I'm sure things have changed.
Absolutely.
I believe the only way you're going to find out truly about Sebastian is asking Chris and Katie. Because when they were up here, that was all they talked about was Sebastian. It wasn't,
I agree with you.
me. It wasn't feel sorry for me.
At the time, though, I didn't realize that. You know what I mean? Things were different then than they are now with Seth.
And at that time, that interview with Coffin Daffer ended up being as a result of what Chris and Katie had the conversation with us over here because Seth hadn't done anything.
Oh, is that right?
That is why they came out and did it, was because we sat over here, had a completely Sebastian-based conversation with Chris and Katie for like
interesting
3 hours. And then bam, Seth goes out and does one with Tony and Coffin Daffer.
Yeah.
Well, and it was also right after that Seth and Tony were like, "Oh, we're going to put billboards out. We're looking into going in the background and finding out things that we can do all over the United States." It was right after that because Katie had talked about how she was working behind the scenes at getting his poster out all over the United States and that.
Shops, and she was looking at gas stations all over and looking at. And
then right after that, it was Seth was talking about it.
Interesting, because he did that too with the media. They talked to the media first, and then he did.
Right. He don't want Chris and Katie to one up him.
Wasn't his first interview on the phone with Nick Barris?
Yeah, but remember also the fact that he was ignoring Web Sleuth. Web Sleuth was reaching out.
Oh yeah, we found that out later, right?
Yeah. And apparently, didn't want to go on the show, didn't want to talk to her, but only went on the show when Christmas went on to confront her.
And you saw what he did that night. So we had Chloe on there with Chris, and then Seth can't get on the panel for whatever reason. So Trisha has to call him on her phone. And then the first thing he says, Chris, there's a rumor out there that your mom was seen at Warsham's that morning. That's the first thing he says.
Yes, you are right, Jay.
And Chris was like, excuse what? And Trisha was like, oh, I don't know if we want to say that. And Chris is like, no, say it. What did you say? And then that was when he brought out that Chris's mom was at Warsham's and was seen on camera. And then Chloe's like, yeah, I had people tell me that too. And that was when Chris got pissed off. Like, what are you doing, Seth? What? Like, was that his whole point for calling in?
Yeah.
To start
It was
that
his
shit?
point to make them look bad. That's his whole point to this whole thing, is to make them look bad.
And you know, Cheesy, that if you accuse his mom of, you know, taking the son somewhere, that's gonna piss him off. That would piss me off.
That's
If
a
you
cheap
accuse
shot.
my
You
mom
don't talk about somebody's mom.
and especially in front of like 1,000 people in this live stream, what was he thinking?
Right.
Oh,
Well, he
what
knew
he was
that would
thinking.
set him off. So
he knew that
you know.
he knew that would cause Chris's mom to be stalked, harassed, intimidated, because there are those stands that are buying every ounce of what Seth is putting out of his mouth.
Yep.
Whether it's true, false, or whatever. I'll be honest. That is the day that my viewpoint of him went, what is he hiding? What is he
doing? Mm-hmm.
Why is he doing this? Only people that are trying to hide something do shit like this. And I still look at him and go, why? Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
I think he always makes himself the victim. Like Rowena has said it multiple times in all of his stories and all of the situation. He's always the victim. He wants you to feel sorry for him. And
yeah, he plays on sympathy. He plays on sympathy that these two, Katie and Chris, have done him wrong.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I think whoever's advising him is telling him the wrong thing. Like, if you really truly believe Katie and Chris did it, you wouldn't really want to give them a heads up by attacking them with the media campaign. You would want to keep quiet and let the cops do their job, and then just collect information. Matter of fact, you probably want them to talk as much as possible in interviews, so they would mess up their stories.
Okay, so either beats him, he knows that they didn't do it, and he wants people to believe they did, or he's just taking advantage of the situation in order to get some revenge in and sees an opportunity to make them look bad.
I believe the latter.
Or
I'm
three,
just gonna say
and
that.
make money.
Or three, he's being advised by idiots who are telling him, like, you got to put pressure, brakes, pipes. You got to put a media pressure campaign to get these people to confess. And that's probably option 3. You know,
I don't think he really believes Chris and Katie did it. I think he's just trying to get them, because Katie's the one who ruined his life, in his opinion.
Right, and he's got her in a position where he can make her life hell. I don't know.
How about the GoFundMe, where they decided together that they weren't going to have one, but his sister just
They did it
wanted
anyway.
to make one so bad.
Yep.
I believe that he's the ultimate victim. Do I believe he loves and misses his son? I hope he comes home, but I think he's going to manipulate, use, and grift the situation as long as he can. He's not back to work, is he? Regular people have to go back to work. He's going to sit, and he wants everyone to feel sorry for him. And I'm sorry, but that's my true opinion. He's taking advantage.
We should all be feeling sorry for Sebastian, not Seth.
Right.
I mean, like, a classic example was Naresh Bhatt or something like that. Like, was there a huge pressure campaign with media to go after him? No, the police were pretty much like, okay, we pretty much, this guy is a suspect. We're looking into him. And people want, and the more he talked, the better, because the more you talk, the more you fuck up. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Exactly.
It's the truth. That's why you want people to talk. You don't want them to clam up. You want them to continuously talk. But like a pressure campaign forces people to be quiet, then you don't get them to say 3 different stories. I bring it back to Karen Reed. She said 3 different stories in 3 different interviews. And then she's got lawyers that told her to clam the fuck up. And that's, she stopped. But like, you wouldn't have those situations. There's other situations with other suspects that have talked too much on the internet. And that's what you want. You don't want them to be fearful and just clam up. If I truly believe Katie did, I'd be like, let her talk, let her do every interview, don't harass her, let her feel comfortable. The more comfortable you are, the more likely you're going to slip.
But do you, Samantha, do you really think it's love when he's talking about, you know, the essay, the diapers,
No, I
the
think
wet
it's
dreams in the
disgusting.
showers? I mean, this is just telling me he had a really weird connection with his son. I mean, that's
It's because, Jay, if you listen when he talks, how I said he makes himself the victim. I don't even know if he realizes it, but he does it to his son when he tells his son's stories, and it makes me so angry and sad for the child. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know if he realizes it. He turns his son into a victim, and how he always has to bring up the autism thing, and like it infuriates me.
And why
It
is he
really
doing
does.
that? Why is he doing that? Is he trying to justify something?
He feels like he's a victim because his son isn't.
Well,
I'm
it makes
saying
me wonder,
quotations
Cheesy.
normal, but
But
I
it makes
think
me
that's what he
wonder,
believes.
Cheesy, is he trying to justify something by telling how, defective, in Betty's words,
right,
the kid was?
Yeah.
I mean, he's never said anything positive. He didn't
No.
even know about his FFA in school. Like, he didn't know where that trophy came from in that picture.
Jay, how about all the photos that he had are from when they lived in California, and there's a great big gap. I mean, if you were seeing your son, if you were an every other weekend dad and you were doing things with your son, why can you not give us 6 months worth of pictures from what happened from the weekend before he went missing to 6 months ago? Where are those
Well,
photographs?
I've said it before. I don't think that he has that many memories of now. Yeah, he may have been a weekend father or whatever, but I don't think he has that many memories because when Sebastian was with him, he was gone 14 plus hours the whole time.
Can I be honest? I don't think he wanted Sebastian to live with him.
Yeah, could be.
Well, but wait a minute. No, and I disagree with that, Jay, because he was talking about how he was teaching him how to cook, he could do stuff, heat up frozen foods from the in the microwave.
Well, I mean, you're 15. Of course you can heat up a hot pocket.
Right.
I mean, my kids were doing that. You know what I mean? But I just don't. I mean, if you're talking about,
like he was trying to,
I don't know, him and his no meds and sleepy time tea, and he made it sound like, oh, there's no issues here. I don't believe that. I don't believe that if he didn't need meds, that Katie would still give them to him. I think he needed those medicines, and he needed them on the weekends. I think his dad took every opportunity he could to go against the Proudfoots rules.
Oh, definitely.
When it comes to phones, internet, it's a free for all at my house.
We saw that. We saw that in one of the interviews with Seth when he sat back and said, "Yeah, I didn't do this and that and the other thing," and he put his arm up and was like, "Yeah, I didn't do that." I went totally against what they wanted.
Yeah, didn't give him his meds, and then he wanted to. He was going to put him in an online school. He didn't want to go in online school at 15, and he says because he had to get on track. But if you go back to Seth's words, he said he was supposed to live with me last year, and I gave him a chance to get his act together. That tells me that Sebastian did not want to live with his dad. Because why would you say I gave him a year to get his behavior together?
Right. Well, we saw that in the interview with Chris on Web Sleuths when Seth acted like he didn't know that Sebastian didn't want to come live with him. Excuse me. And Chris said, "You were right there. We talked about it right in the kitchen that he didn't want to come live with you." And then Seth shut up.
Mm-hmm.
So we know he's lying. But nobody wants to believe he's lying.
And if his mom and stepdad wanted him to live with Seth a year ago, why wouldn't he take him? Why would he say, oh, he needed another year? I mean, if your son's not getting on well with his mom, why would you wait a year? It doesn't make sense.
So he
Well, in
can
my
leave him
opinion,
home alone to heat up Hot Pockets and play video games on the internet with God knows who
And be up all night while dad's at work. I mean,
and not take meds.
well, that
Jesus.
poor kid was probably spiraling if he wasn't properly giving him his meds.
yes.
That kid was probably spiraling, and because then he was at the dad's house for the weekend and wasn't getting his meds, getting sleepy time tea and coffee, and then all of a sudden he goes back home and gets back on his regimen. Yeah, the poor kid was probably spiraling.
Yeah, and can you imagine how pissed off that probably made Katie? That he undid everything every time he took that child for a
Right.
visit.
Well, he's not even taking into consideration that it might piss Sebastian off. Maybe Sebastian likes the routine that he has at his mom's.
But see, you know what, voices? People use kids all the time as weapons, don't they?
And I know
Yep.
they do. I know, like, you're sitting here talking about a situation that was similar to something that we grew up with, right? So I'm fully like, you whip parents that are angry, and that goes to support what we said about the way he's attacked Katie. It also goes to, like, it shows a clear pattern.
I never heard. I didn't know that he really said he was against giving Sebastian like his autism medication.
Yes.
Yes. He said he did not give him meds at his house, and there were no problems with him. He gave him sleepy time tea, and he gave him coffee.
Yep.
Wow.
And you got to remember, the autism diagnosis was just done the previous December. It had just been, but he had a chromosomal defect, so that in and of itself would require some meds.
It makes me think about that SF. He said that on Web Sleuths that he really believes that Sebastian possibly became overstimulated and just took off and most likely is lost somewhere. And I mean, Jesus, that would even make me think more of that without medication and being up, down, up, down.
Buttered Crumpet says, could I ask how Katie and Seth met at 12? I've never heard the story. I've never heard it either. I don't know how they met when she was 12. Do you guys? I don't think he's ever said.
No, but it seemed like if somebody's dating a 12,
Hanging out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it seems like, usually when somebody does that, it's like they're grooming the younger child to be, you know what I mean?
Right. Why would a 21-year-old hang out with a 12-year-old?
Yeah, I don't see any
absolutely
reason.
no sense, and that's not
That's
fucking
weird.
okay.
Well,
Yeah,
it's like I said, Queen, like the other day, it kind of dawned on me. Like everybody wants to talk about, like I think it's hard for people to kind of imagine because they're grown now. And like when you're 30 something and your husband's 40 something, it's not a big deal. But when you're 12 and 21, there's definitely something wrong with that,
You
Yeah,
should
like,
have
what do you
nothing in
coach on
common
the
when
story
you're
level?
21 and 12.
Right.
Like,
And then
what
so I
would-
was thinking back, I'm like, okay, Madeline Soto turned 13, a few days before she was unalived, and she was 12, and she went through this with her mother's boyfriend. And it's just like, we all know the home that Katie was removed from. I'm not going to go into detail, but we all know that she came from a horrible upbringing and then met him at 12. And I would like to know that story, how he came across 12-year-old Katie at 21, because then he goes on to say he taught her how to drive. And he was like a dad figure because she didn't have one. So that's all concerning to me.
That's
Yeah.
grooming, Jay.
You got
and
a
highly
24-year-old,
inappropriate.
guy
I thought it was
teaching a
21.
16-year-old. Well,
Oh.
not when she was 16.
Oh,
By
okay.
this time, he's 24. She's 16, and he's teaching her how to drive.
Yeah. Well, the most concerning part is, like, didn't she, like, she stated that she had a miscarriage before the age of 18 or something like that. And I'm like wondering, like, it's not good. Not good at all. So, yeah, it's a very weird situation, but
Well, and also, Tim, I mean, when he talked about them getting married, his dad walked her down the aisle.
yeah.
So was she living with Seth and his parents at some point? You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if that was my son and I was Seth's mom, nope, hell to the no,
Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
no.
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 It's just very weird. And then, like, you know, he's just obsessed with her. I mean, he knows. I mean, do you know, like, I've sat through a lot of questioning of husbands. And one of the questions they're asked is, like, when did you get married? And I would say this is scientific, about 80% of them don't even know the date they got married. Probably 90, actually. And I'm talking about, like, thousands. And he knew the exact day that they got married, the exact date that they
He
got
knows
married.
the exact date that she found out she was pregnant. He knows
Yeah.
the exact date of everything.
Which is
He wrote-
crazy to me.
And he remembers like very, very intricate details from their wedding as well.
Yeah, which is like tells me it's something. That breakup was more than what he's claiming. He's really still fucking mad. I mean, like I guarantee you, if she broke up with Chris and she came up to him right now, I'm pretty sure he'd take her
telling
back.
you, she's the
Well, I
only
thought it was pretty
friend-
fucking sketch when he was talking about the night they got married on Brittany J's panel when he said that basically they had gotten married and he took a bottle of champagne and got all fucked up and came in and basically ate her Taco Bell and then went to sleep. He said she never let him live it down.
Yeah. How about the story too, Queen, where it was raining and they had a truck and he made her ride in the bed of the truck?
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. There's a
Or
lot of
Sebastian
little.
goes outside and tells Katie, you know, in that report that his dad hit him, and he's like, "No, you fell in my hand."
Right.
What?
Yep.
Well, do you guys realize what we've just done here? We've uncovered the reason why Chris stands between Katie and Seth.
Right.
Oh, definitely. I was
Absolutely.
going to say that earlier, that in my opinion, Seth has always been abusive to her. And that's why Chris won't allow him to be alone with Katie. And I imagine Katie don't want him alone with her because of those
Look
reasons.
at the information that you guys just discussed. Sorry, Cheesy, but like, how does any of that help Sebastian? We should know none of that. That's all Katie's personal business. Like, I'm
Well,
so
it
glad that
doesn't.
she's stayed quiet because look at how
Oh my
like the
God,
statement that they put out, they picked her apart. Like, do you guys think at this that are you guys okay with her not speaking and then being silent?
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it too. I think that she should. That if that's what
She don't owe any
feels-
of us an explanation over here.
Yeah.
She doesn't speak, she got to.
What
Period.
good is it going to do for them to be on YouTube? At this
Every
point?
fucking word she says is going to be picked apart. She can't win for. I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
And
no
can
matter
you
what
imagine
she
if
says,
like
it's going to be picked
sorry,
apart. Jet, you're up here, and Chili's rich bitch, you're up here too.
Hey guys.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
girl, I love you.
They're fuzzy, but
Oh,
they're
good.
working. Yep.
Good. I don't have them in. But look, I want to say about the date thing. The 26. He knew the date of the divorce filing, not the divorce being granted and you're no longer married, but the date that she filed.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the date she filed. But you know what? He also contradicted himself. He said, "Oh, I'd have to get my paperwork out on that date," but he knew every other date. Oh, she found out she was pregnant April 15th on my mom's birthday, and then she had Sebastian on my dad's birthday.
I don't remember what I was doing last week.
I couldn't
do-
imagine
can
being
you guys-
Katie.
I do want to say
Can you guys
something.
hear me?
Katie was quiet this whole time, but then in the beginning, but then when he put out that nasty stuff about Sebastian's, thing that happened in California, that's when she came out and said something. That shows love. Not what Seth is doing. That doesn't show love. But her being silent and then all of a sudden she comes out and says something as soon as Seth starts bringing up that nasty stuff. That showed love to me.
Oh, Cheesy, I can piggyback off that. Remember when we were talking with her, and she said, "Well, I wouldn't want to expose his private information, but I did
Right.
see on his search history, he asked Google if Taylor Swift liked blonde boys." And even that,
Oh.
I mean, that was such a sweet, innocent detail. But before she even spoke on the story, she said, "I wouldn't want to violate his private business, but I think he would be okay with me saying," and she said what they had found. I mean, none of any of that should ever have been brought out here. None of that. Like, the last 6 months of what transpired in Sebastian's life is really the deepest anybody should have gone, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, those were cute and enduring memories that she has. Not what Seth put out, but what she put out was just cute and enduring memories.
Well, he
And talking about,
doesn't even seem to have pictures, and I just wanted, like you said, like he's putting out information that's a little sus, but it's, to me, you date a 14-year-old, right? What is that? That's power. You have power over that person, right? And you have a child who you know, who's a divorce situation, and so, or over Katie, he would not give him the meds. It wasn't. It seems like none of it was ever about. So, like, my mom told me, before she passed, that when I was little, she never talked about my father because their divorce was about them, and it wasn't about me. Right? I had nothing to do with their divorce, so I could make up my own mind about my dad. Like, this entire time, even before the idiots got involved, Seth has been attempting to hold power over Katie and to continuously try to make her look bad. And I don't know how far somebody like Seth would be willing to go, because if you're willing to align yourself with people like Bullhorn Betty, who was like listening to Tony talk the other day, it seems like that would be something Seth would admire. Someone who would be able to go, "I have information about you and I'm willing to tell everyone, even though I showed my peen online." You know, like he's.
Wait! I gotta stop. I gotta stop you. We can't have accent bigotry.
Oh yeah,
here.
you can't do
Oh, I'm so
linguistic
sorry.
here.
Oh my God, I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, you know what then? Beats him. I'm from New York. I'm a little offended, okay? Because I heard you doing a New York accent, and you know what? That's cultural appropriation, okay? You're a bigot.
I live in New York actually, so I could do it.
Oh, well then, never mind. But there's this level of control that that not only does Seth admire, but I believe drives him, because everything, like wanting to know what the FBI is doing, like, I want to know more about the case. Well, people who have no, like, if the police were everything they could do, right? There are certain things I don't think I would want to know, because I wouldn't want to mess anything up when they're looking for my kid, right? So why is someone who is an innocent person trying to find out everything they know, what they know? It's like, it's just a little too much about Seth and the power that he holds over the narrative of his kid and the narrative over, like, if my dad suddenly came around and was like, "Well, Emily was blah blah blah," I'd be like, I just doxed my name, I don't care, you know. Come at me, Betty, try to find me, I dare you. Like, he wouldn't know, he would just be talking out of his butt. So I just think that it's about control to him, this whole entire thing. And it makes me wonder, how far would this man be willing to go to absolutely destroy his ex? I mean, because some people will go real.
You just cut out.
Well, I'm gonna
I
step down,
I
Queen.
muted myself so that other people could talk because
Hey, I'm gonna step down too, Queen.
All right, I appreciate you coming up. Thank
Hey,
you.
I appreciate you letting me come up.
I know barbecue's in the chat.
Hi, guys.
We'll see ya. Barbecue's in the chat saying somebody was talking about her. I think she was just going over what happened from before.
Yeah, I didn't mean to scare anybody off. I just wanted to bring up the fact that I think that Seth is a power-hungry maniac, and that it's just looking very not good. You know, he's not. It's never about Seth. It's always about what Katie and Chris are doing. Which, like, why are you concerning yourself with that? You should be concerning yourself with like this. Like, there's other things you should be worried about.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Anyway,
Okay, we're
just
gonna get
wanted
back to it.
Just wanted to, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why it's cutting out. Is it cutting out for just me or is it for everybody?
No, it's like
No,
it's
it's
doing
cutting out for me.
It's doing kind of like what it did for Rowena last night. Get 3 words and then it cuts out.
All right. So, okay, we're gonna finish. We'll go back to. We had a little sidebar there, so we'll go back, finish Stevens, and then we will put Betty's on to finish her rant off that she did.
Hey, I gotta hop. I gotta go do grandma duty. I'll be back in a while. Thanks for
All right,
having me
cool.
this morning. We'll see you.
All
I'll
right,
be back.
thank you.
I'll get you
All
back.
right,
later.
buddy.
Matt.
Bye.
Bye.
Few months because of this man right here, and the fact that he is online at 2 a.m. with these women. Not as much now, obviously, because people kept talking about it. But have you ever seen a live? He would be in the comments, and the things that he was saying was no better than Seth. You know, let's just be honest. If we're attacking family, then I mean, you can't sit there and keep sealed tight lips on Seth. I was at Red Robin. I paid for that meal that night. I remember what happened. Tony didn't pay for that, by the way. I know that came out that Tony paid for. No, he didn't. I got the receipt. He didn't pay for that. It's one of those things where I sit here and I think about everything as a whole, and I got upset with myself several times at the beginning of all this with Sebastian because I did ridicule Chris and Katie, man. I was hardcore against them. And the more I thought about it, the more I looked at everything for what it actually was, I realized that, why am I doing this? I know how it feels to be on this other side and be accused constantly of something. And, you know, we talk about the accusing part. It's funny how I'm taking the fall for everything Tony has said and done, but yet show me the proof that I said any of it except for one thing, and that was the video stuff. Other than that, you can't. I don't understand. I'm just tired of it all the time. If you do anything about Sebastian's case, or you do anything to try to help, or you do anything to, like, I mean, help, just, you know, co-produce or co-do a video together with somebody, you're bad because you ain't on that side. That's what I don't understand. Why can't we all work together for one general common cause, which is bring Sebastian home? Instead, you can't do that. Why? Because it's about him versus him. And that's all it'll ever be. You know, Seth, Chris, and that's it. And I don't mean that in a negative light towards either of them, but you get what I'm saying. 2 separate families. I just wish things would change. I wish that, you know, people understood, hey, man, this isn't about us grown adults. It's about the 15-year-old young man named Sebastian Rogers that is still not home 6 months later, and we have nothing. It will never be about him again. Mark my words, and I hate to say that. It will never be the main focus. Because why? There is ulterior motives behind the scenes that deal with certain individuals to be in a spotlight, to make sure they excel and that they're out there. I mean, why else would Tony's dumb ass go out and try to talk to another family? But he denied that too. But, you know, obviously we all know it's true. Magnolia is an amazing creator, and she put that out. Anyways, man, it's all bullcrap. I just wanted to come to y'all for a second. This is a raw talk. This is just me talking. And I just want to have this moment with y'all. Can't wait to bring the video to you guys about the, you know, sonar stuff and show y'all what I got to do. And I'm pretty excited about it and, you know, kind of teach you.
All righty. So here's where Betty bites his fucking head off today. She's got quite a bit to say today. She's kind of fucking pissed. So here we go.
Okay, fine. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Yep. He pointed out which neighbor was speaking, which I was surprised. Again, you know, how did he meet these people? Is he in the area, or did somebody call him up and say, I'm Joe Blow? I've got, you know, this, you guys see creators manufacture information, overlay over videos, do a lot of creative stuff to throw people off cases. It's a very simple search to find out who the neighbors are in that community. A very, very, very simple search. So I'd like to know how he spoke to this person. Did he speak to this person on video chat? Or did he speak to this person over the phone or only by email? You know, these are questions I have because I know the sneaky crap that's done on these streets. You know, I don't know how long Mob Crew's been around. You know, I don't know if he's had these experiences before, but, you know, clarification is what's needed. A lot of clarification. How was this person? How did he reach out to this person? Did he pick up the phone and initiate the conversation and that person called him back? That can solve the problem right there. That's
Well, I mean, when you're around people that do sneaky shit, and then you no longer around that person, you obviously know the sneaky shit they did. Betster, and you were all cool with it back then, but now it's a problem.
That's the case, then no harm, no foul. But if it's somebody reaching out to Mob Crew, giving him this information and saying that they're the neighbors, how does he know that they're the neighbors? You see what I'm saying? We've watched it all before. Nothing surprises any of us this day and age. Due to YouTubers being doxxed, their stuff was taken down and they went to other subjects. And that's my opinion. Well, we know who doxes people, right? Unintentionally.
You do it, Betty.
Yeah, we're looking at one right now.
Yeah, I think
don't give a fuck. She'll dox the piss right out of you, not give two shits.
Yeah, she wants her fans to write reports, police reports, to dox themselves out so that she could use it as a lawsuit against multiple people and have them as public record. She's doxing everyone out. She even doxed herself out. She said her name and her home address on a live stream.
For no provocation whatsoever, right? When I put people out there, it's because I was provoked to do so. You're not going to sit there and trash me and try to think you're anonymous. Big difference. Mob Crew said he's working with. That's the biggest problem. Crabtree is an absolute douchebag. Okay, and I can tell you right now that he lies and lies and lies and lies. That man does not know how to stop lying. Listen to this. He was on panel, and this really pisses me off. He was on panel, and he's saying.
All righty, here we go. Well, he was on a panel and he was on his channel and she's going to tell him about himself. So here we go. She's fucking mad. I don't know how he triggers her so bad, but he sure does.
Saying that Tony sent him a photo of his child in a bikini or in a bathing suit or something like that, making it sound really, really horrible. He's a piece of work and a piece of garbage. And if Mob Crew is working for him, I discredit Mob Crew at 100%. 100% Mob Crew's discredited at this point. Crabtree is a liar. Crabtree has been a liar. And when he was friends with Tony, he sat there and was friends with him, and they were talking about how kids grow up fast. And Tony sent him a picture with his son and his daughter and it all grown up. And now he takes it months later and tries to make it sound disgusting and deplorable against Tony. That man is a freaking liar. Anybody that's working with Crabtree is discredited. Absolutely discredited. That man is a joke. And he has interjected and actually intentionally, willfully trying to throw this investigation. I don't like Crabtree. I want nothing to do with Crabtree. Anybody that's associated with that idiot is a buffoon, an absolute buffoon. Okay, sorry. Mob Crew may be a great person. He's
an absolute buffoon. Jay said, I'm not buying the fight.
Well, yeah, but Crabtree is aligning himself with JLR and Magnolia, so that's why I figured the fight is real. But who knows? I could be wrong.
He's a buffoon.
He's messing around with a lot of people that's going to ruin his reputation. I don't want nothing to do. Don't send me any more Mob Crew stuff until he distances himself from Crabtree. I don't want nothing from Mob Crew. Don't send it to my email. I don't want to look at it. Don't tell me, hey, no. If he's associated with Crabtree, there is nothing that he's saying that's going to be legitimate in my mind. Absolutely not. That's the worst thing you can say is Crabtree. Crabtree is an absolute buffoon. He is an uneducated person that has sat there and lied to the whole world, saying that the state troopers came to him and needed him to run his drone to break up a human trafficking ring. This is the kind of crap coming from Crabtree. I want nothing to do with that joker. He is an absolute buffoon. And if you guys listen to him, that's on you, but don't bring their crap into my channel, because I'm not going to sit here and try to fact find everything that I know a liar puts out there in the world. I'm not going to fact check his shit because I know it's wrong. I already know it's wrong.
Well, Betty, you lie all the fucking time. And 99% of your shit's fucking wrong. What the hell?
Fact check too much of his garbage as is. He's wrong. He lies. He manipulates. And then he comes back with his sweet little southern voice. Well, I probably should have looked into that a little better. I'm so sick of the retractions. Done. Done, done, done. Tell Mob Crew, if you have any care in the world for him, to distance himself from Crabtree.
Oh, now. Come on. We know you got a better fake accent than that now, Betster. Come on now.
And distance himself from that buffoon immediately before he starts becoming the buffoon. Then somebody needs to inform him to completely do a 180 on Crabtree. Anything you hear from that man, Crabtree, or anybody associated with him, you can't listen to it. It's not corroborated. I don't trust it. There has been so many things that man came out and said that, oh, it's absolutely this. And literally within 24 hours, well, I was kind of wrong about that. I should have looked into it a little better. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mind apologizing if I'm wrong. Well, why don't you do the work before you're wrong? I'm done with him. I'm absolutely done with him. He's an idiot. And how dare he take something innocent like a photo of them talking about, how kids grow up and using that and saying Tony is some kind of pervert.
What the fuck?
Yeah. She's kind of dumb.
Wow.
Why would anybody send a picture of their daughter to somebody on the internet in a bikini, though?
Right.
Yeah.
He didn't have any other photo of his kids?
Right. That I don't agree with that at all, but that doesn't make him a predator. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not saying he's a predator. I'm just saying.
Well, no. I know, but I mean, I don't agree with that, and I would be fucking pissed if my picture of my daughter in a bikini got sent to a motherfucker on the internet that they didn't know. You know what I mean? I'd have been mad as hell, but.
Right. You don't know what that guy's going to do with that photo.
Right. You have no idea.
What a freaking liar. What an absolute liar. Shit, if it wasn't for the pictures and the videos I have taken in the past, I would have I wouldn't have reminders of my son. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Crap, you guys, that he's a buffoon. Okay, he's an idiot. He's an absolute utter idiot. I hope Mob Guy doesn't ruin his reputation by work. I hope not either. These people are absolutely disgusting. I have no faith. Now, here I am trying to be, and I do have, I don't want to I don't know Mob Crew. I don't want to be rude to him, but I disagree with his assessment. Now that I know Crabtree's involved, that's exactly why I completely disagree with his assessment, because it's wrong. And if he's using Crabtree, Crabtree's a joke. He has literally no information, and the only information that man does is whatever he lies about. Don't trust him. He is all drama. Why do we call him Vagina? Okay? There's a reason why we named this man Vagina. Do you think I like using that word out of my mouth on my show? Tony is a very nice, and Tony and his wife are amazing. Absolutely amazing. And for these people on this platform to trash that man so bad, and to not even trash him, manufacture information to trash him. Like they're trashing him over shit that's lies. Like the whole, he was sued for defrauding a church. Who gets sued for defrauding a church? You go to jail. These people and the people that listen to them are
just like the people that listen to you and your fucking bullshit lies. The people that support your fucking bullshit and your lies. What do you mean?
It blows my mind. Mob Crew is a great, smart guy. He will figure out Crabtree. Well, I hope he does it good, because I'm not going to be able to use any of his stuff, and I'm not going to waste my time on corroborating or disproving or proving his stuff when I know he's working with Crabtree, because everything that comes out of his channel at this point, I'm going to have to take as untrue. I'm not even going to waste my time with it. Yeah, we all busted our ass. People don't realize what goes on behind it. We didn't get home or back to the room until like 11 o'clock at night. By the time we have showers and stuff, it's like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. We literally worked our asses off to put on these events, and people just shit on them. People that weren't even invited just shit on them. Shit on a 15-year-old boy. Betty, you have watched I love the Lord Lodge. The Lord Lodge, got my respect. He did a really good job, in my opinion. He turned everything over to I'm glad he turned it over to the FBI, not Sumner County, because it would have, got lost. I'm sure he'll figure him out. Mob has his heart in the right place for all victims. And that's what gets sucked you in. One of my biggest mistakes was in being involved and being in a relationship with Jonathan Lee Riches. One of my biggest mistakes. I had no idea what he was doing to manipulate these cases behind the scenes. I had no earthly idea. You know, we all make mistakes, but correct them as soon as you can. Tony standing behind Seth at even after all the backlash he's receiving shows he's a stand-up guy. It absolutely is. But not only that, he's just a very nice, genuine person. You know, a nice, genuine person. And for him to be attacked so ruthlessly is disgusting. And I can tell you, he gets paid zero for all this shit. He's paid out thousands for all this shit. And he's still here for the right reasons. Nobody on this platform can say that. Nobody. Except me.
What?
What Seth has gone through is a joke. The only
Betty's got fucking jokes today.
I'm doing this for free. No, you don't, ma'am. You make money from these cases. What are you talking about? You have no other sources of income but YouTube. What the fuck is she talking about? I'll spend thousands of dollars on this case.
Bullshit.
I'm out of pocket. No. You just said you got $6,500 to defend yourself in a lawsuit. Did you magically materialize that money from fucking thin air? Because if that's the case, you know, I would like to know your secrets, ma'am. You've made tens of thousands of dollars from this case. Tens of thousands of dollars. What are you talking about? You've actually siphoned money from this case because people now sent you money for a legal defense fund because your dumbass couldn't even fucking just stay off, like just not mention their name for a couple of days, or at least show up to court to make your case up.
I know she did not say she was here for all the right reasons.
No, she's not.
I know she's not. I know she didn't say that. Little bow on here lying, little bow.
Oh my God. And then she just sits there
with that ugly little look on her face, little ugly. Shit.
I couldn't believe it, man. I can't believe this shit. She's trying to act like she didn't get any money from this case. No, ma'am.
Oh, little boy, shit. She just grifted what, $6,500 off this case. So get her ass out of jail for some money.
Yeah. And that's not including bail, right? So she had like $2,000.
I mean, look, she just told her subscribers, if this tells us she's a fucking liar, she just told them she hired an attorney on the 8th. And the fucking attorney's secretary said, nope, she hired us on Friday.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's probably Friday, like the Friday before she was arrested on Saturday.
Right. And she only did that because she had to be in Tennessee and she knew she was going to fuck up.
Yeah.
I think she was just waiting, though. She thought she was going to go on Monday or whatever, whenever they did their protest, Sunday, Monday, whenever it was. She thought she was going to go to jail on that day.
Yeah. Yeah, $6,500. That's what she stated. She got $6,500. She raised up.
Then why is she worried about Justin's little petty ass fucking couple thousand, whatever, 1,000, 2,000 he got? Why is she worried about that?
Well, you know why? She wants every single dollar because she knows $6,500 is not going to be fucking enough for this shit. Because she's got the RO's hearing and then she's got a criminal matter to deal with. And if that criminal matter goes forward and let's say like there's like, you know, goes forward, it's not going to be enough. You know, just simple as that. Knowing this idiot, she probably didn't give the whole 60. She probably was like, I need that money for hotels. But yeah, I paid both. Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money to stay out of jail. I don't doubt it.
Well, I'd say that's on her for missing court. That's her own fucking fault. You know, we're adults here. We make our own choices.
Yeah.
You're free to make the choice, but you ain't free from the consequence. And that's it. She was free to make the choice, free to go to court. You didn't go to court. You got the consequences.
Right. Also, she has a $900 fine that she has to pay the court as well for not showing up.
Yeah, I mean, she keeps saying it's going to go away. It's going to go away. Well, fuck, they ain't went away yet.
Yeah, she said that about your...
You got another on September 10th. I mean, fuck, you got more court dates in a week.
Yeah, then she has a court. You go.
This is what has happened with her whole life, though. Things have just gone away. She's been able to weasel her way out of stuff. So she thinks this is going to keep happening. Well, her luck's going to wear out. Especially where she's not generational and knows people.
Yeah, Mama worked for a judge. Well, you know what? And she's in Tennessee now, baby. Mama don't work for no judges down there. They don't owe no favors. They
Right.
ain't gonna help you out.
Right.
They didn't work with Mama for fucking 15 years in the courthouse. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, I'm sure she's going to enjoy her stay in Tennessee. It's going to be fantastic. 3 cocks and a mat, or whatever they call it when you go to jail. Well, if she was given the money as a gift, it's technically a gift, so it wouldn't be tax. You know what I mean? I think it's like a taxable thing. It's not taxable because it's a gift. Depends on how she did it. You know what I mean? But either way, I would probably be very worried about her because $6,500 sounds like a lot of money, but when you get into the weeds like this with lawyers, that shit burns quick. That shit burns so quick. 3 hots in a cot. Thank you.
Yeah, but she doesn't. Excuse me. She doesn't have somebody running up the bills like she's doing to Queen, though.
Well, the problem
So
is
for anybody who's going to try to say that I foresee this happening, for anybody that is going to say, well, it didn't cost Betty that much to stay out of trouble, blah, 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 blah. No, Betty don't have somebody running up the bills like Queen Bee does. Betty's running up the bills.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if this probably cost her close to $10,000. So I wouldn't be
Well, I
shocked.
agree.
I would not be
I'm just
shocked.
saying that, you know, I'm sure there's gonna be people out there that are gonna say something, and
Oh yeah, they're going to be, but the difference is one is like literally a couple of months, like maybe 2
Yeah.
months. The other is about a year and a half of litigation. With a frivolous lawsuit person that can't even, who's done 4 different filings of complaints and demands and motions and all this stupid shit that honestly, I mean, just wild to me. The judge allows such blatant disregard of the legal system, but whatever.
right. But we all know that this would have ended a long time ago, or shortly or soon, and it wouldn't have cost as much money for Queen if she wouldn't have been running up the bills.
Yeah, if she was actually serious about the lawsuit,
Right.
the depositions would have been done by now, and it would have been probably scheduled for an actual court date, and there would have been like an actual jury selection probably by now. But the problem is this lady likes to run down the bills, but it doesn't feel good to be on the shoe on the other foot, does it, ma'am? When you have to raise money and you have to fucking pull this bullshit now. Now you have to worry about, and the big difference is like you lose this case, you go to jail.
Right.
And you get fined $2,500 each. If you get fined $2,500 each for all 6 counts, what's that? That was a question to you. Cheesy, what's that? I'm giving you a math question quickly. Go. 25,000.
I'm terrible at math.
2,500 times 6. What is it? Get your calculators out, people. What is it? $15,000. Yep, $15,000. $15,000 plus $900 for not showing up. Then you have the lawyer fee and all that. Let's say that she doesn't even go to jail; she just pays the fines. Let's say she goes to jail and pays a fine. They say, oh, 11 months and you have to pay $15,000 plus $900. She's gonna have to mortgage her house. She's gonna have to fucking sell her house.
I don't think she can take out a mortgage on that shithole.
Well, that house is worth probably in the high ones, 100K.
Yeah, maybe.
No, Florida market's big. It's 8 counts. Oh, okay, it's even more money. It's big. Her mom might pay. Her mom doesn't have like $16,000 to pay, and then an attorney and all that stuff. If the mom had that money, she would be fronting for the attorney. She doesn't. Not a lot of people are walking around with 20 grand just to be like throwing at attorneys.
By the way, BTM, I'm smart in everything else but math. Math is like my worst thing.
Sure, I'm calling you out now. That was terrible. We sat here for a solid minute and you couldn't
even I'm like,
Jesus Christ.
I felt like that kid in the classroom.
I called you out in the class. Like you're in the back
class.
You're in the back of the room with Queen, in the back of the fucking classroom in your chair trying to hide, and I just pointed you out to the class of like 1,300 people.
Well, plus I didn't use it, so I've lost a lot of it too. Anything I didn't know. I know the basics. I can get through life. That's it. Me and my calculator.
But the fact is that she's put herself in this position. She's making more and more enemies, and her views are dropping a little by little. Like more and more people are just getting tired of her shit. You know, because in the end of the day, this has become the Betty Show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not about Sebastian with her. It's like the Betty Show.
Yep.
It's my fight with these people who the only evidence pointing to their guilt was that the mother was in the house with the kid. That was it.
Right.
There's no other evidence.
I know, and they're trying to bring up this thing that Chris said, oh, this is the case they're going to be talking about for years to come. And they're like, oh, why is he saying that? Well, because it's a crazy case. Nobody knows what the hell happened to this kid, you know?
And I can't believe the Laura Lounge reached out to the FBI, handed him his fucking YouTube bullshit research. Bro, go back to Yetis and fucking Bigfoot and Wendigos and shit like that.
Did he?
Like, yeah, that's what you just said.
Oh, wow.
Like, why are you reaching out to the FBI? You are a YouTuber that just talks about conspiracies from like the backwoods and shit like that, and some weird missing persons conspiracies from cold cases. What are you doing? That is crazy to me. Like, what are you doing? You don't even live in the state. You didn't even leave your fucking house. How would you know anything? You don't respect yourself.
Don B reached out to the FBI too.
Don
Idiot.
B's a fucking idiot too. All
He
of
is.
them are idiots. It's
Idiot.
like you're wasting the time of these police officers because they have to like check your shit to see if it's actually true or not. And then this case has like one detective on it, and you're wasting that person's time. If it gets big enough, they might extradite her ass. You know, if the judge sentenced her to jail, they might extradite her ass. Let me see. Yeah, she was late to the game. Oh, it's Kathy P's birthday. Oh, okay. Cheesy stealing the limelight. Of course, Cheesy does that. There's probably so much that she hasn't done to that house, and it has been neglected. Well, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, didn't she recently put a roof on? So she would have to put money into the yard, in the backyard, and she probably need a new septic, probably need a new heating boiler there. You know, a 4-point inspection to see what happens. But I wouldn't be shocked if she got like high ones. I really wouldn't. The market really went busting up in that thing. 2s, I don't think so. People like her are the reason they didn't want to award every nut job calling for crazy conspiracies they have follow-up on. Yeah, maybe. But I find it very interesting that you have a award set up. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's a very interesting situation. I think Queen Bee's still here, but you know how it's gonna be tough.
My little one was standing here telling me a story, so I just muted for a second so I can talk to her. That's all.
Yeah. If you want to hit the play button, we can play, and I'll keep talking. Oh, she was talking to her littles. Let me see.
I miss the stories my little ones used to tell me. They were so exciting.
Interesting. Cheesy. Even though Betty says she's not good spitter, she sure managed to spit right into the judge's face. Well, she spit on that car in Idaho at that truck. So her house is held together by Febreze, roach poop, and barbecue sauce. That won't pass inspection for mortgage. Probably not. I mean, like, honestly, she would probably need a lot of money. And I think this is like really hopefully she gets appropriately punished for her stupidity and arrogance, and she learns her goddamn lesson. Because honestly, and everyone that says, "Oh, this is for freedom of speech," no, it's not, because no one else is getting this type of treatment. Brittany J's not getting this type of treatment. JLR is not getting this type of treatment. No one's getting this type of treatment, but her, because she went fucking wild. And there's almost no one that would ever defend this woman. I don't think anyone defends this woman's stupidity. Batshit Betty is calling out liars. I'm to the point, voice like Neil's or chalkboards. I can tell she's making bank, goes live all day collecting. Depends on who's donating. She's definitely in the fucking yellow. There's no way that she's in like the green, let's just say. But she's probably making money. But the problem is like, is she gonna make them? You know, I mean, I think she's gonna go into the red if she goes to jail. Because if she goes to jail for 30 days, her channel's done. She's done. Yeah, Zillow can estimate a lot of things, but yeah, that's usually inflated. But yeah, you could probably go for that, but then you're probably gonna lower it to 225 or something like that, or 220.
All right, you want to play the rest of this or just shut it off because there's only a couple minutes left, anyways?
Shut it off. It's only I just noticed the time. I don't think she's gonna say anything fucking worthwhile.
Yeah, she just bitches and shit. You know what I mean? That's just what it is.
Yeah, she's a stupid moron. Yeah, well, you know, she could, but I don't know. If she has 8 charges, like 8 fucking charges on her, and at each one he maxes out at $2,500, and she does like 2 months in jail, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. That's like bankrupt Betty. Bankrupt Betty. At that point, she's done. So what's the next thing you want to talk about, Brian? Anywho, Shauna had a friend do that with her car, and she lost it, or they told it from her driveway, and then she was sleeping because missed 2 payments. Whoa, that's crazy. But he's the only moron on earth that puts a loaded firearm in a metal cabinet sitting in her driveway in front of the cops till they tell her no. Yeah, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen a person do. Like, even an unlocked cabinet, it's like, the gun is supposed to be inside the house, so when the burglar breaks into your house, you have the ability to escape. You know, like you can defend yourself. You know, just saying, not a very smart move. Months in jail, no YouTube. Yeah, well, that's the problem. You get no YouTube, she's gonna her channel dies because no one's gonna fucking watch her channel, and she just murdered herself. Murdered her channel. Well, what? So she could just get like a one up on these people? It's like at a certain point, you need to like, you know, quit it and say to yourself, is it worth the squeeze? Is it worth keeping on going? You know what I mean? Move on to the next case. You know, there's no new information coming out. You're getting like your views are diminishing each time you do stuff, and you're not getting. Eventually, you're going to squeeze dry all the money, and eventually, it's like, is it worth the squeeze, or should you just move the fuck on? Even JLR, what does he do? He moves on to other cases. A lot of people do that.
Right. There's not much else you can cover on this case.
Yeah, she's basically covering herself. She's part of the true crime case. Like, literally. She's part of the true crime case. I mean, she's dragging it on. Like, you got this idiot Tony Mathis in the background. You got all these other idiots that are listening to him, and Betty's the biggest idiot because she's the fall guy. Oh, she was live earlier this morning. Yeah.
And for anybody who says, well, at least Betty's getting Sebastian's name out there. Unfortunately, she's getting him out there in the wrong way because she's making it sound like he is gone, and people are going to stop looking for him. You know, she's not getting his name out there in the right way. Like, hey, we have hope that he's still alive. In this channel, we do. We have hope that he's still out there. And I think his name needs to get out there so that people keep looking for him, not that he's gone.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. By the way, on a side note, sidebar, let me see what's to see. Here's some of my retirement allotment. I don't mind being one of the last 5 in line. LOL. Well, thank you. WNC Granny.
Damn it, I'm still gonna have to keep him up, Queen. Sorry.
Yeah. When Queen, you get back, I'll tell you that you got a super chat, by the way, Queen.
I still don't have a 401k yet to give.
Oh, fuck.
I'm still working on mine.
Oh my god, that swan lady that jumped up last night, that was hilarious.
Right?
I was laughing because I think she looking like a man. She looking like a man. And I was like, oh my god, that was perfect. That's hilarious.
Was
Oh my
hilarious. And I'm sure we're gonna get clipped for laughing at it.
It was on Mad TV, that thing. And I don't give a
Right.
fuck about the clip. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, the only time you gotta really give a fuck about the clips is at this point is like if you really worry about what people think. You know what I mean?
Right.
At the end of the day, a lot of them are like just ridiculous in their analysis. They're like, a lot of them are just like, well, they're making fun of accents, so they're racist. It's like, okay, so we're going that low, huh? Sure.
That's when people run.
What'd you say?
Accuse
Cheesy
us
broke
of.
out. Repeat yourself, Cheesy.
Oh, sorry. I said that's when people run out of things to accuse us of.
Yeah, it's like, wow, we're really fucking going in the bottom of the barrel there. First it was the hashtags, and then it was the fucking accents. I mean, like, what the fuck? Next they're gonna be like, you curse too much. What? Okay. Let's just completely sanitize everything. That was a great Miss Swan. Maybe my kitty cat are rescuing the person. So what to visit Cleo. So, all right. Well, hopefully your cat feels better. All right, upon me, dolls. When the people that have Sebastian wanted it to be thought that he is not alive. I don't know. I mean, listen. Betty is the type of person that immediately claims if the child is missing for more than like a couple of days, the child is dead. She did the same thing in Florida. She proclaimed the child was deceased. She gave up her search in less than 30-something minutes. Later that day, I believe, the child was found by a retired, I think it was a retired police officer or something like that.
Retired Marine.
Marine.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's JJ Rollins. She gave up the search after she searched for 17 minutes, complaining about stickers in her pants. And and she is like, I feel like there's some bad news coming, blah, blah, blah. I think this is going to be bad. And da, 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 da. And all of a sudden she's ready to start accusing the parents. And then boom, all of a sudden he was found. And she's like, oh, I was part of this. I was part of finding JJ, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, please.
Yeah. She did that, and it was like...
Wasn't part of shit at all.
Yeah.
Right. And I tried to give her...
JLR's been on it, and he's got a new video out that was from an hour ago. It says Suspicious Seth, Tennessee. So we're going to pop that on real quick and see what he's got to say. Because he's talking about some suspicious Seth. I wonder what's going on with this.
Oh, shit.
Right. Look at him. Look at his thumbnail. He's holding it up so everybody can see it.
Oh, my God.
Look, I got to fucking get some laughs in, y'all. Kia. Oh, girl. Thank you. Get the 5 memberships. Look at you, baby.
Oh,
go ahead, girl. Go ahead. WNC Greeny. Here's some of my retirement allotment. I don't mind being one of the last 5 in line. Hey, thanks for paying your dues, Biddy. Let's see here. Why would anyone take something that is of heart and trying to help find a missing child? BBQ and Tammy are helping to find Sebastian. Whoever said they wasn't, babe? Where'd that come from? Soul T, thank you for the $5 super sticker, baby. Thank you for becoming a new member. Brenda, thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. I don't even know wherever that came from, so I'm not sure. I don't know. But here we go. Let's see what JLR's got to say today on Suspicious Seth. Shit cracks me up.
It's probably why authorities have not publicly cleared everyone. But I have a lot of questions here because there's someone close to someone, or someone was really close to Seth in that Team Seth camp, and they've reached out to me recently and shared a lot of insight about what's going on behind the scenes and a lot of different things that they're doing. And this individual is just fed up and had enough and just said, I'm not even going to associate or hang around with them anymore because of just craziness. What I'm told, folks, which is very, very strange and bizarre, is that Seth, there's like a team of Seth. There's a team Seth. It's a group of maybe like 10 of them, and they have a chat. They're in some sort of group chat, and they can communicate. But what they do is, they're constantly worried about what people on YouTube say about Seth, and they're very angry, irate towards creators, certain creators that seem to have taken the forefront in talking about this case. My name's involved in that mix too. As far as creators, they hate, they don't like me. Team Seth doesn't like me. Unfortunately, we're not taking sides in this case. We're just talking about trying to find Sebastian Rogers. I've always been Team Sebastian, never been Team Chris, never been Team Katie, never been Team Seth Rogers, never been Team Robin Rogers, never been Team Power Sox, and whoever else centered around this tragedy. I am Team Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I just want to make that perfectly clear.
But he did start off supporting Seth, is what it seemed like to me.
I agree.
Their minds, they feel like everything has to be going through them, and searches, because there's been an announcement in the last few days that they're going to start proceeding again with some searches, which is good. But it's not going to be centered around Seth joining searches or Chris and Katie. These are independent people that are just taking a approach of not dealing with any of the families and going around doing searches and looking around and trying to find Bastion. Well, Team Seth is irate about that. They feel like Seth should be leading the charge, and you have to either be on Team Seth. You either have to be on Team Seth, or you're considered the enemy. That's pretty much the take of how they've, did this case thus far. You got to be either Team Seth, or you're not. You're enemies to them, and you're not for Sebastian. That's the way I took it. That's the way that the person told me. But now their strategy here, for some reason, is to do a complete smear campaign and to discredit the Sumner County Sheriff's Office at all costs. So Seth's people centered around him are constantly bashing and publicly trying to humiliate law enforcement. For this strategy, the person told me he was dumbfounded because why would you go against, obviously we all know, why would you go against law enforcement as the ones that are trying to find your child? But for some reason, Seth wants to discredit the law enforcement, maybe because he feels slighted, maybe because the person didn't elaborate on that, but what I'm saying is my thinking on this is, Seth wants to be cleared. Is he a suspect? Is he not a suspect? There's a whole big argument about that situation, right? But for some reason, the strategy at this point moving forward, and this is one of the reasons why the person said they're not with this anymore and kind of just said, screw these people, I'm not, it's interesting because this person that was Team Seth told me that this person did not like me. Like this person that is talking to me, right? This person did not like me for months because the person felt like I was being too hard on Seth, or my reporting, didn't like how I was reporting, but now appreciates that the determination on my drive trying to find the truth, right? Sometimes there's uncomfortable truths, and uncomfortable truths is definitely the case in this particular tragedy, right? I am not anti-Seth. I am pro trying to find the truth. I'm trying to find the truth. And with this particular case, there's been so much misinformation, mud throwing, and untruths, half-truths, that we don't even know what the truth is on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers anymore. And I think Seth Rogers is a big part of the problem. I think he's been a big part of the problem. One thing I can't understand, and I presented a question today, another thing is, I'm very curious on why me in this case. Now, I could raise red flags on every single one of the people. I can name a bunch of red flags on Katie, a bunch of red flags on.
So all in all, what do you think about this? Do you think this person was working with Seth and just got tired of him and then went to him, or do you think this is made up, or you think it's a fake person emailing him and trolling, or what?
What do I think? I think anyone that doesn't proclaim that's, you're working with Tony and Seth and stuff like that, you are the enemy and they will fucking go after you. So I could believe that. It's an unusual situation. Look at all the people that he's gone after on the back.
I'm talking about with them making the threats of going after the police department.
I don't know. That one I'm not sure of, but you go, Cheesy.
I have a hard time believing anything he says about people coming to him with information, because a lot of times that's just him
Right.
trying to get views.
This is his way of
So
making it up. Yeah.
you have to take it with a very much a grain of salt, mountain of salt.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I was getting at too. Do we even believe it because of the source here that it's coming?
Right.
You know, it's like you really got to decipher what's, you know, what to believe, if anything, from this one. But
yeah.
Chris and a bunch of red flags on Seth doesn't make them guilty of doing a crime. I'm just saying red flags. There's red flags. There's red flags with this case on each and every one of the parties. But honestly, if you could say who has more red flags, I could say Seth Rogers, even though it's so bizarre. It's so complex because with me, it's like there's so many red flags on Seth, yet I want to think Seth is the least likely person to do something to Sebastian Rogers that night, the 25th and the 26th. I definitely feel every one of them are contributed to what happened to Sebastian. And I made that perfectly clear. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's so many red flags with Seth Rogers, yet he should be the least likely person to be a suspect. Some people think he's high on the list. And I get it at this point. There's some things that just do not make sense at all. One thing that doesn't make sense is continuous bashing of law enforcement that is trying to find a case, trying to solve the case of Sebastian. Continuous bashing on that. Now, why is that? Why are they? My thought is, are they trying to set the seed? Are they trying to set the seed so if the police come out with anything incriminating or finally reveal something that points a finger at one of the family members, including Seth or something like that, Seth can say, see, they've been so corrupt, now they're blaming me for this fiasco. Now they think it's me, but we know Sumner County's corrupt. Sumner County hides stuff. They're not, so if they eventually do come out with some information and stuff like that, don't trust Sumner County because the way, they treated Seth all this time, corruption and everything like that. So I think they might be planting the seed for something down the line. That's a red flag. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. Only Seth knows the truth here between the correspondence between him and Sumner County sheriffs as far as, what is being said, because we're going off of one person saying very limited information, very one-line statements, very bold statements without elaborating, just they're corrupt. They have an ego. He's a D-bag. They're not emotionally invested in my case, but there should be millions and millions of follow-up questions beyond that. What do you mean by that? Why? Why do you think that? What exactly specifics are they doing that you feel is corrupt? What exactly are they not doing with your case? What type of correspondence? What have they done to you? Let's talk about, what evidence have you given to them so they can clear you? You know what I mean? Have they reviewed all your telecommunications? Were you using burner phones? What about the warrants in the house? Did they serve warrants in your house? What about these medications that you were claiming that they went through in Sebastian's the cabinet of his house? Things like that. I want to know more about elaborating more information about that, but we don't get that information. I'm headed to Pinellas County. You want to guys? I actually got a lot of errands to run, but would you guys like to come to the beach with me and see Howard Park, which is a pretty cool beach? I'm headed to Palm Harbor. I got a lot of errands to run today, but it's these red flags that are very concerning here with omitted information. Now, another thing, I'm dumbfounded about this, and help me make sense of this. Seth Rogers was working, supposedly. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, he was working, right? He's working the 25th into the 26th. They're putting out the information that he went to work 6 p.m., around 6 p.m. on the 25th, and he got off work at 7 a.m.
Yeah, he got off work at 7 a.m. But what didn't he go out in his truck and fall asleep or something?
That was what Terry Lynn was basically emailing Jay for Justice. She emailed her about the possible time he was not on surveillance camera for 2 hours between the hours of 3 and 5 and a nap. So I don't know. It's not been verified. There's been actually no one really verifying the location of Seth, really, but Seth. Like, no police officers come out and said, yes, this is the time he's been, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. So all that's really been kind of verified is that he was at work at the time, from that time to that time, for 13 hours. So, yeah. But there's text with Terry Lynn to Jay, and you could I don't know if a lot of people are going to believe this Terry, back it up Terry. So it is what it is. I don't know. So what makes it very odd is that his behavior after the situation is kind of odd. Opening up a GoFundMe 3 days, and as your son goes missing, in your sister's name, your son goes missing on the anniversary of your divorce. You are constantly hating on your wife. You really don't have any recent memories of your son. It's mostly like most of the stuff you talk about is like in California, or like not California, but like years ago. It's just a lot of people pick up these weird situations that are just odd. And I guarantee you, if he wasn't if it comes out that he wasn't at work, or if he wasn't on the work all that time he said, and he's actually been inconsistent, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to look at this guy very suspiciously, because why even lie about that to the general public? But I don't know. That's why people are looking at Mr. Seth Rogers. Personally, me, I don't think he has anything to do with it, but I can understand why people might look at him sideways once in a while, because his behavior is not really conducive to looking for your son, like sending cease and desist to people trying to look for your son, setting up events to raise money when you're complaining about resources, and then sending those resources to a dog charity instead of actual resources to find your son. Now discrediting and attacking the police, showing being happy about the FBI putting an award out, talking more about your ex-wife than your son in most of your interviews. Just it seems very odd. So those people, that's why people look at him very oddly. But to be fair, there's a lot more interviews of Mr. Seth Rogers than there is of Katie, because Katie did not just decide to go to every single YouTuber and do an interview. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Luna girl. That's what I'm trying to understand, because it's that's the thing I wish the police would actually clear up and be like, yes, Seth Rogers was at work. We have him on surveillance, blah, 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 blah. That would be actually something I actually agree with JLR that it'd probably be good if they went out there and just stated that. Just like how everyone knows Chris was at work. Everyone knows that. I think that would be nice if everyone did the same thing for Mr. Seth Rogers. Well, what seems sus to me, it's because it seems like more he's focused on trying to turn into a charity than an actual focusing on the disappearance of your son. I mean, most of it's like photo ops and charity events and drives. To me, it seems very weird.
Well, not to me, because he seems like the type of guy, I've said this before, like the type of guy that wants to live off of looking for the easy way out so he can just sit at home and play video games, not have to work. Like the type that, would take advantage of, would be like a sue happy kind of person, or a person that would take advantage of like workman's comp or something like that. You know what I mean? That's the kind of guy he seems to be, to me, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe.
I felt that the whole time. He kind of comes off that way to me. Like a freeloader kind of guy.
I love you, Queen Bee. Sorry for disrespecting Jay. I don't troll here. This channel has an awesome high vibe. I hope you have a great day, Labor Day, weekend, Phoebe, mods, and chat. J2. All right, Deb. Thank you for being around. I'll tell Queen when she comes back. Got the super chat.
Go ahead.
I was about to read
because
this.
if you listen to Seth Rogers, everything is everybody else's fault. He doesn't take accountability for anything. He's an underdog, and it's everybody else's fault why he's an underdog. That's why I feel that way.
I mean, I don't know. Someone says, from my understanding, they can't verify Chris or Seth's alibi, if I remember correctly. I believe Chris's alibi is he's at work, plus he's 3 hours away. I think he was like 3 hours away. Tony's work is about 45 minutes away in a normal drive. Not Tony, I mean, sorry. Seth's work's about 45 minutes away. So I don't know. He was mad. He was denied alimony. And I agree.
Well,
He's
see, and
kind of
that's what I was saying too about them. Like, we don't have, you know how there's people like at Katie's and Chris's and all that shit? There ain't
Yeah.
people sitting around at Seth's house. There ain't people going and bothering Seth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there ain't people that are fucking around with his house and following him and going to his mom's house and following his parents. And
Yeah.
I mean, he ain't got to deal with none of that shit.
By the way, you got a $10 super chat.
Thank you for the $10 super chat.
Oh, Dev was the one. She
Who
wrote
was it?
something.
Oh, Dev. Okay.
Yeah, she wrote something.
Hold on. Love you, QB. Sorry for disrespecting Jay. I don't troll here. This channel has an awesome high vibe. I hope you have a great Labor Day weekend. QB mods chat and Jay too. I appreciate that, Dev. No problem. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, look, I went into Mid Mama's chat and was acting a straight fool, calling Okie Mom a fucking trash bag piece of shit, which she is. But I shouldn't have disrespected Okie Mom, I shouldn't have disrespected Mitt and Mama in there by going and telling Okie Mom about herself, because she is a trash bag piece of shit. But I should have done that over here on my channel instead of over there. And then as soon as I went into Tragedy Pimps Exposed, of course, you know, big bully ass Savage had to come in there like she was tough as hell. And so, you know what I'm saying, I had to treat the fuck out of her ass in there. And so I had to apologize to Tragedy Pimps Exposed for that as well. But she came in there deliberately starting shit in a fucking stream that was about my lawsuit. So she can fuck herself. But hey, we all come out of character sometimes. I ain't mad at you.
On the 26th, and then went to the scene, eventually went to the scene of where Sebastian went missing. The crowd flew home, right? Now, we're taking his word for it. You know, there's co-workers of Seth that have told me that he worked that night, right? Seth has never really provided proof of that, but I'll take his word for that, and I want to think he's working, right? I want to think he's working. But the question I have is in reference to the working is, Seth was working all the way up to when Sebastian went missing. Right after Sebastian went missing, Seth never returned to work at all. And now what I'm being told by people is the reason why he didn't return to work is he has to get medically cleared to go back to work. And I find that odd. I find that very odd. Two reasons why I find that odd. You're working up to Sebastian went missing. Sebastian goes missing Monday, the 26th, Monday, and you never go back to work after that. You don't go back Tuesday, you don't go back Wednesday, you never go back. Just a few days after Sebastian went missing, Seth Rogers' people, sister, Hillary Swank, you know what I'm talking about, sister, sets up a GoFundMe for him, for Seth Rogers. Just days after Sebastian went missing. Seth never went back to work, sets up a GoFundMe. Now, Seth has said in between now and back when Sebastian went missing that in the course of the meantime, he, I believe, had surgery. But what was that surgery resulting from? People say a shoulder injury. But did Seth not return to work because he got a shoulder injury after Sebastian went missing? After Sebastian went missing in the course of what? Searching? Did he get a shoulder injury? When did he get a shoulder injury? Or did he already have a shoulder injury prior? And after Sebastian went missing, the shoulder injury got worse for whatever reasons. And, you know, it prevented him from going to work. But that's one thing I'm just stumped on here about, you know, disability. Is he collecting disability? Is the Davidson County Sheriff's Office providing him short or long-term disability for an injury? Or is he using an injury for a reason not to go back to work? Can you fake to a doctor? And I'm not saying that's faking. I'm just saying, how do you go from working all the way up to when your son goes missing and then you haven't returned back to work? Can someone explain that to me at all? As far as searchings for Seth, you know, we arrived with the search stuff, initiating groups and whatnot. Seth was seen, you know, walking around searching, walking around handing out flyers, walking around going to.
Yeah, he followed him around all over. Remember, Trevor Lee got a hold of JLR and you know, got him and Seth and Pascal and shit. They all got linked up. You know what I mean? And then JLR went and followed Seth around with the camera. Remember?
Yeah, but that was.
It was. She was there talking about it. He's like, come on, come over here. You ain't going to want to miss this. And that's when she ripped off the patch off his arm and he did that like baby kick where he's like.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't think he had a shoulder injury because I've seen people with shoulder injuries and they're not that movable, honestly.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they don't jump 10 feet in the air because the Band-Aid gets taken off of their arm.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It's just
I mean,
the fucking dramatics, man.
Yeah, he's very dramatic.
Like, bro, you're like how old is he? He's like in his 30s or 40s?
That's like a 15-year-old girl when it comes to that. Because, I mean, geez, Louise.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just weird.
Two different.
I don't know.
When we went to Natchez State Park, he'd go door to door at different points while I was filming them. Handing out, flyers for Sebastian. We remember we went live and that owner in that cul-de-sac of that big warehouse or whatever like that let us in. And then when we went in, he's in the flashlight and he's walking around searching for Sebastian. So he has the ability to walk around and search for Sebastian. But what is he actually injured from that would prevent him from going back to work? And I'm curious about that because how long is that going to go on? Is he going to be? Is this a long-term disability at this point where Seth never returns to work? Or, I was looking at short-term to long-term, and it seems like 6 months is like the first thing you have to do. There's steps or something. You got to get short-term disability for 6 months, and if that's the case, 6 months is coming up. 6 months is coming up. So I'm just wondering a little bit about, what is going to transpire, or is the injury an excuse not to go back to work? Now, covering this case, we've been hearing on both sides. Proudfoot's Chris works, and I think Chris has a decent job. I think Chris has a high-paying job. Chris seems like he went back to work. I believe Katie went back to work, but Katie doesn't necessarily have to go back to work if Chris is the breadwinner of the family, right? But they have a big house and everything like that, and probably a lot of expenses to do. But we were told all these years that, Seth wasn't really like a worker like that, like didn't really like working. And Katie did a lot of working when they were together. And Seth was like at home playing like Mr. Mom type of deal when they were together. But it just seems like fishy to me that you work up to a little boy goes missing because there's a lot of conflicting information. A lot of people say that Seth got suspended. Some people say Seth got fired. And then others are saying their camp is saying that he's injured. Their camp is saying he has to get medically cleared by a doctor. But when did he obtain this injury? There's other people that actually say that Seth injured his shoulder because he was carrying Sebastian. There's people that say that. Now, I don't believe that. But there's people that actually say that Seth's shoulder injury was a result of something that happened transpired with Sebastian. 25th, 26th, whatever. But things don't make.
Now, why in the hell was you carrying your 15-year-old child? What in the hell? That don't make no sense. That don't make no fucking sense.
Yeah, I don't.
They're saying that he's carried him when he unalived him. That's what people are saying.
Guys, do you realize this man? I mean, I know this is going to sound shitty, but Seth does not look like he's tip-top shape to carry a 15-year-old person over his shoulder for fucking a quarter mile. I'm sorry. I don't even think I could do that.
Down the driveway, let alone a quarter mile. Come on. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, I don't even think I could do that. I mean, like, you're talking about you have to be pretty freaking fit to do something like that. So I don't believe that. I think someone said it was like, I don't know. I think it was like a previous. I think it was just a reoccurring injury or something like that. I don't know. He's made a lot of different stories about his slip discs to his shoulder. I don't know. Personally, if I was,
I've heard a lot of people that get hooked on pain pills have one problem after another to stay on them too. So I don't know. It's kind of strange, But I mean, I don't know. We don't know what we don't know what caused it or. If it's still an extensive injury, we really don't know, I guess. So
I thought there was in his, what was it, the RO or something when he was talking about an injury. Was that his back?
He said he had like 19 slip discs or something in his back.
There's only 23 in the back, I think.
Yeah, and like 22 of them are slipped.
Which is you won't be able to walk if that was the case. You would be like in so much pain, it would be ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's just what he's saying now.
You wouldn't be riding motorcycles for
Steph
miles on end.
says.
Yeah, Seth says. I don't know. The guy doesn't
Well,
make any sense.
That's why I say he seems like the kind of guy that would like ride workman's comp or something. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, but in my opinion.
I mean, it's pretty much what he stated. He says, in life, you want to just enjoy yourself, play video games, just sit at home, type of deal. Which to me is like, okay, that's not really living to me. That's existing, but okay, you can exist.
Right.
You mean that's not life to me. Life is experiencing and going
But life
out.
that's different for everybody. You know what I mean? You can't go off your expect. You know what I mean? Like you can't. Life is different for everybody. So.
Yeah, I know, but like if you're an able-bodied person and you're young, because you're still you're in your 40s, you would want to go out.
Yeah, but I mean that's just your opinion of life. Maybe his fun is that's what his living is. Maybe you know what I mean.
If you're lazy, that's what your living is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it's different because you don't know because you don't. That's not for you. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what your living is. But maybe that's what his is.
Yeah. Whatever. Whatever.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what it is. I mean, it's to each their own.
Yeah.
If you're happy laying around like that, whatever.
Was that a Mountain Dew you put down?
Set.
Yep. Sure was.
Damn it. Why are you drinking the fucking...
Sure was. I'm drinking the poison.
Fucking Christ.
The Mountain Dew. I do got ice water sitting here though. I do drink ice water. So.
You gotta stop with
so I had 2 cups of ice water first before I drank my Mountain Dew. Just trying to get in, get the ice water and get my water in there.
Fuck. Cheesy.
I'm sorry to disappoint you on a Saturday. I'm sorry, B-Thug. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like you gotta drink water or coffee.
I'm gonna need you to get some chicken and go marinate it. We're gonna cook. You're gonna have to try a piece of chicken. If I gotta stop drinking Mountain Dew, you're gonna have to try a piece of chicken. Said fuck that. Just drink the Mountain Dew then.
Just drink. Just drink your fucking
just fuck it. Just drink the shit then. It's about like saying Cooter getting you try to eat a piece of chicken, huh? All right, here we go.
In that aspect. Another thing that's a red flag to me is not one public official or anyone in Sumner County. It seems at this point, right now they did at first, I think for the first month or two, you could see Sumner County kind of rallying around Seth a little bit, but I haven't seen any prominent public official or people with standing or good quality, wholesome people rallying around Seth in Sumner County. I've seen none. And that might be part of his gripe on why he feels Sumner County is corrupt, because no one is gravitating around him. No one is supporting him in Sumner County. I don't see any support whatsoever. I don't see any local groups in Sumner County, local groups saying Seth is a victim here, help Seth, help Seth, help Seth. Now, I also don't see anyone publicly supporting the Prophets either. Maybe that's why they're all not clear. If they're all involved together, I don't know. But it seems like to me, the red flags are all across the board, and we have lack of information, which leads to speculation, of course. We can speculate, and we're going to speculate on a high-profile case like this until it gets resolved. Now, Seth has opportunities here to really get the court of public opinion in his favor, and he has blown it on every opportunity there is. Matter of fact, I think that in Seth's case, in this case, he continues to dig himself in a deeper and deeper hole. And at this point, I think it's impossible for him to get out of that hole unless an arrest is made and they say it's someone else. And then people will probably be apologizing to Seth, though some might not, because, there's a lot of things, wrong in this picture and a lot of failures that I feel regarding Sebastian. Case in point, I don't understand why any of the parents claim that they're going to get Sebastian if he's ever found alive.
I don't like when they just assume that he's already passed away. I don't like that.
Me neither. I still have hope he's still alive. I still have hope Summer's still alive.
I'm just worried about how he's driving without his hands. I mean, like he's constantly
Right.
holding a damn phone, and his hands constantly off that wheel. Just saying.
Right. Nobody calls him out like they call out Betty for driving while he's live streaming.
Live stream with his phone like that. That's not cool. That's not cool, JLR.
Right.
You keep this up, Ikamel's going to be, live streaming the police chase for you next if you keep driving like this.
I got a damn distracted driving ticket for having my phone in my hand for a split second. Just moving it.
Do I admit that JLR has changed for the better? For him, it's a very mixed bag because he does talk about a lot of different cases that would normally not get a lot of people to watch, which is a good thing. You know what I mean? Like there's cases that don't get the press and he covers them, and he gets he gets 5 to 1,000 people watching them live, which to me is a good thing. So he's like a mixed bag right now. Like he does shitty things. He says like fucking conspiracies and shitty things, but he also does like good things. So it's a very tough situation for me. You know what I mean? He's not like a two-dimensional character like he was like fucking years ago. You know what I mean? Do you agree with that, Cheesy, or am I like a little?
No, I agree with you. I think Magnolia has a lot to do with that.
And the reason why is because like some of the for some of the cold, like he was covering a cold case that was like 2 years old, and when it's like years, it's kind of a cold case. And he was doing an interview with this woman, like I forgot what relative, but he was doing an interview there, and there was like 600, 700 people there, which you would normally never get. Like you're lucky if you break like fucking 50 people with a case that no one's talking about. So
Right.
It's a very mixed bag with him. Like he does good things and he does bad things. So I would say, yeah, he's doing better. And I would say he's a mixed bag. He's not a two-dimensional character.
Well, I've always said if I didn't know as much as I know about JLR, I could actually watch him and enjoy him right now. So if you do that, if you don't know his past and what he's done and all the crazy shit that he's done for Betty and for himself against Burnt Toast and everybody else, he can be very enjoyable to watch. You have to take everything he says with a grain of salt, with a mountain of salt, but he is enjoyable to watch. He's funny. Like the other day when he did Seth is in a scrambled mess and he's eating scrambled eggs. I mean, that's hilarious, but
I'm pretty clear about the past with Magnolia. I know what the situation is with her. But at the end of the day, it's like, I think almost everyone has a past. You know what I mean? It depends on what you're doing. Yeah, did you learn your lesson and you're moving the fuck on? Because I think a lot of people have a past.
Well, I didn't know Magnolia had a past.
No, she has a bit of a past.
Oh, does she? Oh.
You know what I mean? But
Magnolia?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But like it depends on what
I
you're
don't know
doing.
about a bit of a past like that, but I know she lied to that reporter or whatever.
Yeah, that's the past I'm referring to.
Yeah. Yeah, she said Heels made a video on it actually.
Yeah.
She made a video about it.
But you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people have passed, and it depends on what they're doing in the future. It's just like, there's a lot of people that went to jail that have YouTube channels now. I mean, we're supposed to they don't change, they don't make mistakes in the past. Depends on what you're doing currently, really, a lot of times.
Yeah.
That's what I think, but that's just my opinion.
Well, and that's the thing, on here we're
when you
always
are a
talking.
female lying about a man raping you, that's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
That is a problem. But
And
I'm
that
saying
causes other things, people to other women that do have that happen to not be believed. So I understand why people are upset about it. I understand that.
Yeah.
But I do feel like some people live and learn. You learn from your mistakes, and then you apply that to the future and don't ever do that stuff again. And you know what I'm saying? Like that's just something you have to learn from too.
Yeah.
Well, like I was gonna say, we on this channel, there's a lot of Allens And we often talk about that, how people have changed their lives. So I don't care what you did in your past, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, granted, what he did was pretty bad, but, you know, if he's learned from it, I don't know. I just feel like I'd be a hypocrite.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm just saying, it's just like, I just think like people deserve second or third chances usually. And I would have probably afforded that to Betty, but she breaks every fucking day. So
she never changes.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna come home. He's not coming home to the Proudfoots, and he's definitely not coming home to Seth. If Sebastian's found, he's just not. He's not going to them because of just the amount of failures, open investigations on the CPS aspect, DCF, DCS, it's called different things in different states. With them, but I think Seth could win the court of public opinion and get sympathy if he starts providing proof that he had nothing to do with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. When I say proof, if he wants to win the court of opinion, if he wants to win minds of influencers, people that have been covering this case on YouTube, TikTokers, and all that, which can make a difference because, you know, a lot of the media reports on stuff on what YouTubers are doing nowadays. It seems like YouTubers are ahead of the game when it comes to reporting and everything like that, right? A lot of the journalists are in these chats seeing what we're all talking about, piggybacking off that. But if Seth wants to win and be exonerated, besides just saying he wants to be cleared, he has nothing to do with this, whatnot. Start producing some proof that he had nothing to do with this. And when I say proof, like share communications, share the warrants, share when I mean communications is share if there's corruption within the Sumner County Sheriff, share it, share the correspondence that you had and put them on blast. Put the Sumner County Sheriffs on blast. If Sumner County Sheriffs are saying things to him in emails or saying things to him in text or even conversations, I think Tennessee's a one-party consent tape. Start recording their conversations.
That's not the problem. The problem is they won't speak. They won't tell him shit. They won't talk to him. So there's nothing to record because they won't give him no information. Why? Because of that kind of shit right there. As soon as they do, he boom goes out and tells everybody, tells the whole world.
I mean, think about it. He had a conversation with the police officers and they said, we'll give you the information tomorrow. What do? He posted a community chat that said he had a conversation with the police officers and he'll talk to them and they just got mad at them. Why should his son wait information? It's like, yeah, he's just, that just shows you're untrustworthy. What if this is an open investigation and they're like on the trails of the people that might have kidnapped your son and now you just basically made a YouTube video that just alerts them?
Exactly.
I've said that from the start.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Oh, hey, Rose.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I just want to say, yeah, you know, you can have a past, you can do better. But it wasn't that long ago that JLR was out in front of the Proudfoot home filming the Bowerstocks.
Yeah,
it wasn't
absolutely.
that long ago that he didn't get out of his car and run up on Terry Bowerstocks. He just didn't talk about a pew pew. So, yeah. It wasn't that long ago that Seth didn't walk up and said, "Hey, man, you're going to want to get this," and said, "Oh, look at that poor father with his hurt shoulder."
Yeah, I mean,
So,
like the thing is, it's like it's a tough situation because yeah, he did all those things for absolutely, and he does bad things, but he also does good things where he puts light on cases that no one is talking about, and he talks about cold cases. So it's kind of like it's a mixed bag. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, would you get the attention for those people that are begging for attention? You know what I mean? I mean, it's just a very mixed bag. It's so easy to condemn. Like it was a lot easier years ago where you could be like, absolutely, you could have easily gone after him and been like, he's a complete piece of shit. But today it's a little bit different, and it's just it's odd. So
well, I mean, I'm not saying that he's all bad or all good. I'm just saying that his bad actions, he hasn't been a choir boy even in the last few months, as far as this case goes, is what I'm saying. And just like you pointed out, you know, everybody talks about Betty's driving. What is he doing? He's holding a phone up.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, I mean, it is what it is, you know. I'm not saying
Yeah.
he's all bad or all good, you know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's very easy with Betty because you can just point out all this bullshit. It's very easy with certain people. For him, it's like, it's iffy, man. It's very iffy.
I mean, like the Cavalcante, his coverage of that, man, do that. I rode with that. That was good.
The borders. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and all that stuff. So but I just and I do think that Magnolia has been a positive thing
Yeah,
on in his life. We
Yeah.
all see a change in him, and yeah, he can change, but. It wasn't that long ago he was at the Proudfoots talking about why is Katie gone and who are these people and talking about and stocking the Bower socks. I mean,
yeah.
going
Well,
and getting their license plate number and all
it,
the things.
That's I
it's like
agree
all
with.
of them, like Nancy Grace and all of them. They're a person on the internet, on the TV, on your, they're a character.
Right.
We have to remember that also.
Well,
They're playing a part.
It's like Nancy Grace talks about her children like they're 2 years old. Her twins still like they're 2 years old. No, they're not. They're grown.
Hmm.
You know, but 5 years ago, I watched Nancy Grace. I didn't know, but I just wanted to say that, so I'll shut up
Yeah,
now.
no, I agree. I mean, like he's done bad things. The difference is that he doesn't scream about it like Betty. He's not like as easily like.
Right. Well, he wears pants.
Yeah,
We
that
don't see
helps.
his bed. All the things. So,
Yeah,
I picture JLR being a little kind of OCD ish, kind of a little bit of a neat freak, kind of maybe. I don't think he'd put a mattress on top of another bed bug infested mattress and sit in his underwear and go live and scream. So,
No.
yeah, they're just different. But it's like oh well, that was all in the past, and it was years ago, and it was Sandy Hook and all the things. No, it ain't been that with this case. He has done some real bullshit. So
Yeah.
and that's why when Queen said, "Do you believe him about all this?" Well, I always have to consider the source.
Right. And that's what I
It's
said. You got to take it with a bone and salt because, yeah,
right,
you never know.
right. It's kind of like even in real life, like my trust factor. You start at 50%. Now you have the option to go up or down.
Right.
I never trust anybody 100%, but
Well,
you
Nonsense
have
makes a great point. She said it's he's not any different. He's just repackaged into a more palatable fashion of himself.
Exactly.
That's a
Yeah.
great
yeah,
nonsense.
yeah.
Yes.
So that's
Sorry,
just
Will.
my opinion.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Will. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
well, let's hope that when he repackages himself continuously and stops his behavior, maybe becomes more profitable not to do the crazy things like Betty. You know what I mean? Like that'd be nice. Like people just not have to act like Chris because he was like you had JLR, you had that crazy guy with the hat. I forgot his name, but there was some loser with a cap that was filming the streets and everything, talking about jumping over a gate. You had all these other people that were just basically doing the same thing, and it was all for profit. I think the main way you can get rid of all this bad behavior is to eliminate the profit motive for doing stupid shit like that. Just my opinion. But who knows? It is what it is. It's just like that's just my opinion on when it comes to JLR. It's a very like mixed bag with that individual because it is what it is.
I'll never forget what he did to Burnt Toast and shit. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
he did that with Candace with the shooter. Remember, he like says, "Oh, this compared the shooter with Candace or something like that."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that he showed up at their hotel door in a different state.
Oh, I remember
Right.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I stuck up for Candace, he doxed me out on his Twitter, which is
Yep.
still up. Matter of fact, on his Twitter, it is still up. He's got me blocked 10 ways to Sunday, though.
Yeah.
And
that's
on
what I
a
was just about to
time
bring
when
out. What he
one
did to
time when
Gavelgate's grandmother, during the Hodeets and Gavelgate's thing, I think it was her
Yep.
grandmother or mother.
Yeah, he went after one
Yeah.
one of them's mom or grandma or something like
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
it was
Gavelgate.
Gavelgate's thinking it
Yeah.
was Deetz's. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was Galkis.
Yeah.
Which I don't get along with Deets. Don't give a fuck, but that's bullshit. Leave her
Yeah, it
fucking
is.
grandparents and fucking family alone. That's what the
Right.
fuck.
And he was part of the whole Crude thing.
Yep, he was up in Crude's face, ran up
Yep.
on him outside the courthouse, shoved the camera in his face. Yeah, we didn't forget any of that bullshit.
No, I
No.
didn't forget it.
None of it.
No. It's like you can be a piece of shit person and have a cute haircut. And I'm like, hey, I like your hair. I mean, still doesn't mean you ain't a piece of shit person. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, 'tis what it is.
But a lot of people see his numbers, so they think he's trustworthy.
Yeah, and don't forget Menace. Yeah, thank you, Brittany.
Yep, Menace.
Yep. Heels, exactly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Menace
there's a
fired
lot
you,
of
Beth, and the shit he did to Heels alone. Fuck, he had a pizza delivered to Heels while she was watching my live one day.
Yep.
Heels like to play with him though.
Yeah, she did. She loved the
He
cat.
kind of enjoyed her back and forth with him. So I don't really hold Heels too much against him because she enjoyed that.
Cash, I seen you over there buying memberships in Bullhorn Betty's chat.
Oh shit! Yeah,
It came up
Cash,
on our
you
when we were reviewing her when we was doing the review or whatever. His name popped up as a new member. I'm like, oh shit, does he know what he's doing? Or did he get gifted a membership? Could have been. You know what I mean? You never really know.
Well, and I remember there was one time when we were all in the Glares chat one time, and Burnt Toast was up there talking about him in the Glare, and that was when she had her channel taken down from him because he claimed copyright on the artwork that what's his face did for her.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I can't think of his name right now. I apologize, but almost everybody in that chat lost their accounts that day. Was it JLR? We don't know, but it was just so all the people that were in that chat were the ones that lost their accounts, whether they were creators or not. And it was just a kind of a coincidence. So we all had to go back and petition YouTube to give us our accounts back.
Jamal Wake Up says nonsense. You finally saw it. I get it. We don't want to hurt victims, but I hope you know I didn't mean to disrespect you. I just couldn't stand how I felt. Ignoring Seth could be harming Sebastian's return. Jamal, would you mind coming up here and talking to us for a minute? Because I'm interested in your thoughts here with this, your opinions on it. Hold on, yeah, I heard about that. People were saying he struck subs that didn't even have a channel. Yeah, he was.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, he was.
You know, and I mean, yeah, all that's bad and everything, and you know, it's YouTube and stuff. But it's like,
oh, hold on. PJ saying what's up because I love my member crown color. I know y'all don't like me, but I'm happy to be here. It ain't that we don't like you. It's not that we don't like you. It's just that, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, we got off. We had a hell of a fucking rough start, man. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't even gonna lie at all. But we ain't had any issues for a while, so I mean, I don't mind you being here. I don't care if you're in here.
And I hope Dolly's doing better.
Yeah, I do too. I don't wish any ill will on him.
No.
That's a scary thing you went through. I feel bad.
It's also
well, yeah, it's definitely scary shit. You don't know what the fuck's going on. Your hurts like a motherfucker, you know?
And it can also be an eye opener for the rest of us that are, you know,
Right.
You can learn a lesson from what happened to Dolly. If you were to experience those symptoms, you could also then, you know, go in and save yourself.
Well, and what she say? Did his arm started hurting or whatever, and then his chest or what? What'd she say happened? Did she go over it?
I'm not sure. I've respected his privacy, you know.
Oh well, yeah. I'm just saying. I thought she said she said Dolly gave me a hell of a scare, and then I thought she said something about him not breathing or his heart or something. I don't know. Anyways, here we go.
Maybe he did already. Get a lawyer. Make some steps and show that, you know, you're taking the steps to exonerate your name besides just talking about it without providing receipts. See, it's a whole weird scenario in this case because I don't know. My thought is 100% focus should be on Katie Proudfoot. But it seems like Katie Proudfoot is slipping away through the cracks, getting not scrutinized at all anymore, not getting analyzed in the tea because she's just basically quiet. And, you know, Seth now is getting all the brunt of this, but it's on his own doing that this is happening. And what I mean by that is, like, for instance, he's basically calling out the Sumner County sheriffs while Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot released a statement the other day thanking Sumner County sheriffs and thank you for everyone that's helping and showing gratitude towards the situation. Now, you could say that that statement could be fake or it could be real, but the fact that she did it shows a whole different story of their approach to Seth's approach. Seth's approach in this case is really hostile, belligerent, doesn't like people, tell people to F off, surrounds himself with pretty much the bottom feeders, non-credible people that do not get respect and are the laughing stock of the internet. That's his surrounding, the people that surround, they're outsiders.
He's talking about Betty. He said the laughing stock of the internet.
Yep. I was just about to say it, girl. Yep. Mm-hmm. I was just about to say it. I was about to say,
Surrounds himself with bottom feeders.
Yep.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
This is what kills me. Okay, Seth. There's been multiple story changes. Just he has no internet. He has no access. He has his own Google, whatever. He's there by himself. All the things. Okay. Katie comes out and says, I heard a noise. Nancy Gray said, what type of noise? She said a thud. Everybody runs wild. Well, what was she supposed to say? Jingle bells? I mean, that's not a story change. And she's listening to the police of what they say to do. They say, don't release this. They could know more. To me, their focus is on getting Sebastian back and doing whatever it takes to do that. What I see from Seth is he's throwing a petulant baby fit, even down to the fact of he dogged out the FBI giving that 50 grand and said that it's a shame other the agencies don't care more, and then kind of throwing a little sidewayed dig that well, if you call in a tip, just know that they're going to be looking into you. It's like you don't want tips. And it's like, don't think that they haven't looked at Seth and what he's done on YouTube. And they know if I tell him anything, look, law enforcement doesn't give two fucks about Seth, Katie, Chris, nobody. They care about Sebastian and his justice, whatever that might be. And they want answers. And it's just a trust. It's like that trust thing. If I can't tell you anything, and the next thing I know, it's on the streets. And we saw the text messages of now Tony, his spokesperson, he speaks for Seth, would get information from them, go put it on Reddit or wherever, and then let it be talked about. Then he could talk about it. We've seen the text messages of that. Why do you think law enforcement would talk to him? I mean, why is it a shock that they're not? I wouldn't, because their duty is to Sebastian. That's it. That's all. See what I'm saying? In a roundabout way. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But what like, okay, let's say that you were associated with someone and you found out, like they expose somebody else's shit constantly over and over and over again. Would you trust them to tell them anything about your real life? I wouldn't.
No.
There's cats on here that I wouldn't even email or DM now because it'll end up on a video.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it is.
And let's be real, they have to worry about him, about people asking him the right questions. Remember
Yeah,
what he said on Dolly's? You're just not asking me the right questions. He was
right,
going to tell him everything as long as he asked the right questions.
right.
You
You
know,
know, just it's kind of like that. Betty term. I'm fishing. That just that it kind of gives me that creep feeling. And that's just from what I've seen on YouTube. So it is what it is. But oh, most definitely, I think law enforcement believes a lot more than they're telling anyone. Because what did I say? Their duty is to Sebastian, not to the parents,
hmm
not to the community, not to. Now they have to keep them safe and the community safe, and all those things. But as far as Sebastian's justice, on finding out what happened, that's 100%. That's the most important thing. And if anybody else gets their feelings hurt, well, fuck you.
right. If they give a crap what any of us thought, they would be out here telling us everything. They
Right,
don't care.
right.
That's we're not. We have no entitled. All these people who think that they're entitled to this information, I'd rather have them not tell us the information, especially they got leads onto something that could bring him home.
And it's like it's like I hear backstrap Betty say, okay, well, okay, we just want to, and Tony too, it's the same sentence. Okay, we want, and Seth too, has asked this question. Tell us if you're any farther along in the case than you were from that day. Well, of course they are. They've been investigating it. But then if
Right.
they say yes, then Seth's going to throw a fit and say, tell me what it is, tell me what it is. They'll tell you what you need to know.
Right.
It's that simple. I mean, so if they say no, I mean, of course, they're farther than they were since day one. They've looked into stuff. Now, whether it's led anywhere, but they do know more. I mean, hell, we know more and more on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, more about how these cats roll, but, um, I mean, I remember the first time I saw, Dick Talk, I thought, well, good, maybe he's got a sports spokesperson. He can keep him under reins. Seth was already running these streets wild. This ain't just all Tony. And I
hmm
thought, oh, good. And then that one interview, and he said, nope, nope, we're not going to talk about them. And then, of course, Seth did, and I thought, well, okay, maybe he'll be able to, get out, behind the scenes, talk to him, say, hey, man, we don't need to do that. And then it was no holds barred. And the next thing I know, we're on Smelly's World doing all the
Yeah.
fuck shit.
Saying
So
the
it's
gloves
like,
are off.
I gave him, I mean, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I didn't know who dude was, but it
Yep.
don't take you long to see. And that's just me.
I agree.
But, like-minded people, sit in chats, I feel like, the Hive, we're pretty like-minded, we don't all agree on everything. I don't agree with anybody 100% of the time that
Right.
has ever walked the face of this earth. Never. I can't think of one person that I haven't said, I don't agree with that. But
Even me? I'm just kidding.
well, not you. You're my sweet. You're my sweet panel sister. You have a better mouth than I do.
You just haven't gotten to know me well enough, no?
I missed you, but I think Betty is picking up a little bit of your accent with the what'd she say? Was it oath? Oh, I can't say
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I think yeah. Hey, Bets. Hey, girl.
Yeah. I'm going to keep my Minnesota accent to
Oof.
myself. You don't deserve it.
She said, oof.
Oof.
Oof. My Minnesota. Brianna, I don't agree with myself. Girl, I change. Look, and that's one thing I love is like other people's opinion because then I can think about like don't get beat Tim started, but the Karen retrial, I came into it with a different, and then I gradually, and I learned. I mean, and then some things I don't agree with, but it, That's what makes life interesting. If everybody agreed, it'd be so boring.
Right. Oh yeah, don't you know? You betcha.
Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know?
I made you some tapioca.
I
Don't
feed
you
people
know?
hot dish.
Don't you know? What's that? Fargo?
Yeah.
Fargo,
That is definitely a
don't you
Fargo.
know?
Anyway, Quinn, I'm going to skedaddle. You have
All right,
a
baby.
good one. All
I'll
right,
talk
bye.
to you later.
Bye,
Bye,
Tim.
Tim.
So I'm gonna go hang out on this Saturday afternoon and take me a nap.
Yeah, I'm about to hop down. I got to get back to my SEC football. Georgia's playing Clemson, so and then
Uh-oh.
Alabama plays at 6 o'clock, baby. It's on. But
That's it.
yep.
I'll
So,
expect those panel dues.
look, I had to skip a day at Chili's. It's football. It's football day. You know, I'm sorry.
I know it.
I'll get you next time.
I love you anyways.
I know. I love you too. My daughter hates you because she's like, I ain't gonna get no money. I said, that's right, baby. You ain't gonna get no money, honey.
It's Dubs going to the hive. That's it. That's all.
I sent Queen a copy of my will the other day in Discord. It was hilarious. I signed it, Roro, and everything. She gets it all. She gets it all.
All to the hive.
All to the hive.
Nice.
Yeah, you gotta split it up. You gotta, it doesn't all go to Queen. It goes to all y'all.
All the little
Okay.
monkeys.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
She gets to. Look, Captain,
What's
y'all
a
can't.
dollar a day will do you.
Just a dollar, a penny.
That's Betsy's begging motto. A dollar a day will do you. If everybody in here donated $1, shoot.
Hopefully it'll be enough to pay my tab. So.
Yeah.
Oh fuck,
Kept
that's
tab
right.
running.
You've been running up a tab for a while.
Yes, Queen definitely gets my Lambo because I'm not leaving it with my husband because he'll be out, cat in the street. So, yes, she gets my Lambo too.
Well, Queen, the good news is that we're coming up on first of the month. So team first of the month will be able to I'll be able to pay last month. I'll pay my arrears and I'll pay a month in advance. So I got you. I got you, boo. It's coming.
The check is in the mail.
Yeah. But,
How ridiculous.
all right, well, y'all have a good day. And
You too.
I will
Bye.
talk to y'all later. Say, roll tide. Everybody say, roll tide.
Roll Tide. There you
go, baby.
Roll Tide.
Ooh, I'm excited. Ooh, I wait all year for this day. I start my diet tomorrow, but today is ices and cookies all day long, baby.
I know that's right.
Shoot. A whole month with no carbs, I'm going to die. Ooh, I
What the
probably won't be able
hell?
to.
Who's
I
fucking
know.
forcing you to do that terrible shit?
My clothes.
Tell me and
No.
I'll beat them up.
No
I was like,
alcohol, no drink, no pina coladas, no margarita, no nothing. Yep. So, but yeah, it'll be okay. But I might be off YouTube because if I'm real salty, I won't even be in Discord. I'll be like, no, y'all don't want to talk to me. Y'all don't even want to talk to me. If I don't get my look, Crumble Cookie, they're gonna be calling me. They're gonna be like, "Bitch, where you at? Where are you, honey?
You haven't been in here. Where the hell you at?
Exactly. Monday mornings are like.
And you know what else they got at Crumble Cookie? They got fucking pumpkin bars now.
Oh God, I swear I love Crumble Cookie. I swear I love it. I know Granny had a bad experience. Try it again, Granny. I'm telling you. Oh my God, Crumble Cookie's the best.
Yeah, but them fuckers are so expensive. It's like $25 or like it's like 20 or $25, $22 or something for 4 of them.
The more you buy, the cheaper they are. I think it's like 28 or 32 for like 6 of them. Yeah. But I can't help myself.
I sent them to my daughter for her 30th birthday at work, and oh my God, they were expensive. I was like, who's stuff?
Yeah. Oh, Cheesy, I meant to tell you I sent my daughter a Venmo the other day, and I did your daughter's trick, and I put on there for hookers and crack. She was like,
I know.
She's like, Mama. I was like, it'll be all right. It's private. It'll be all right. If I ever go missing, man, the FBI is going to have a ball with my phone.
Right? Mine too.
Oh shit! They'll have my husband in handcuffs and be like, "Oh no, Which is this one was wild. What'd you do to her?"
Right? Well, like
Uh,
people like us that aren't involved with stuff like that, that kind of stuff is funny to us.
I know.
I mean, I would never
I'll tell
spend
you
money on
privately.
hookers and blow.
I'll tell you privately some of the T-shirts I have, but I can't say it publicly. But they're hilarious, and I wear them out in public. I just, it's all the things. Oh shoot! I have a nice little T-shirt collection that's super tacky. But my new T-shirt, I'm gonna wear it tomorrow. It says, "If you're happy and you know it, it's your meds." Like the song,
That's a good one.
Yeah. So today I got my Alabama on. So all right. Well, y'all have a great day, and thank
You
you for
too.
last night, Queen. My phone has been so messed up. I did an update, so maybe that's why I've been able to stay on here for more than 5 minutes. But yeah, last night I was like, of all nights, I had a lot to say, but I'm all good. I'm all good. And yes, for people have asked, yes, gummies are on my diet. So yeah, yeah, people gummies and all the things. So all right, well, y'all have a good day. Thanks for letting me hop up.
You too, lovely. Have a good
Bye.
day and have fun. Let us know how the game goes later in Discord.
6 o'clock, baby.
All right,
I'll be the color girl in there. Bye, bye, honeys.
Bye.
I love her.
I know she cracks me up.
And it's mostly the accent. Everybody says that we're accent bigots, but I mean, yeah, it's mostly the accent that makes her so cute. Yeah.
I can't lie, I like different accents.
Me too.
That is something we have over here, is that we have a very diverse
Like Shambles, I love hers. She's from like Ireland, I think.
Yeah.
And I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Yep. And people have always made fun of my Minnesota. I don't have it as much as some people, but people can pick it out. People ask me if I'm from Canada or whatever. But it doesn't bother me. I think it's funny. It's I'm proud to be from Minnesota.
Well, grandma update. She's still wanting to drive.
That's good.
No, she's
Is she supposed to drive?
Her license expired 3 years ago, and she
Oh.
hasn't driven in a year and a half.
Oh, well then maybe that's not good.
As much as I would love to participate in that activity, it's going to be a big no from me. But we're going to let the DMV decide. We're going to go do that on Tuesday.
Yeah, then she can't be mad at you.
Oh, she's already mad at me. She's already mad at me. So it's okay. But listen, we're just trying to protect her, because it's more about, like, I would feel horrible knowing what I know about her and allowing her behind the wheel, and then her get into an accident and somebody else got hurt.
Right.
That would be bad, right? So
Well, I thank God my dad has some wits about him, because, like, he's a good driver. He's fine driving, but he says, I'm not going to drive on the freeway anymore because my reflexes are a little slower than they used to be. So he just doesn't take the freeway.
Right. Well, and really, it's not so much. Well, I lied. I do worry about her, but I also worry about the other drivers, because we're right in a tourist area and there are people that come through and they don't realize that, you shouldn't, that 30 means 30, not 45.
Yeah.
Because we have people that drive 20 miles an hour down the road. So in town. So yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard. And it's not like it's not like I'm not at her beck and call, right? Like, I drop all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
She calls, I'm like, okay, I gotta go.
Anyway.
Yeah, but you know how hard it is to lose your independence? She's been
Right.
driving since before you were even born. So for motherfucking people to start telling her she can't be driving, that's she's gonna put, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just
Right.
some bullshit.
Right.
Well,
And maybe she hasn't been mad about it before, but now she is. And you know what I'm saying? It just gets to you. Sometimes you want to get your own shit and you want to get it done. You don't want to have to be dependent on nobody.
Right.
I know. I
You
know.
know, and it sucks when you have to lose that, and it sucks having to depend on somebody else. And not only that, though, but she's had some big changes going on in life. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like she's been going through some big changes, and so have you. You know what I mean? So y'all adjusting. It's normal, you know.
Well, and they
I
don't want to be treated like little kids either. And
right.
sometimes when our elderly parents or grandparents get older, sometimes people. My sister used to do that with my dad, try to treat him like he was a little child, and oh god, my dad would get just pissed.
Well, and that's why we went and rode like the senior van, right? So that she would be familiar with that. And that's why I've taken anytime she wants to go anywhere. Like it's yep, give me 10 minutes, I'll put my shoes on and get myself cleaned up and be ready to go out the door. So I'm trying. I'm doing, but damn, some days it's hard for both of us.
It is.
Anyway, anybody that has had to go through that, I feel for you because, man, you guys are sometimes this hanging out with everybody is like the highlight of my day. Straight up highlight of my day. So I appreciate you all. Really appreciate you all. Yeah, that's why we're doing DMV. We'll let her try to take the test, and she passes the written, then she'll go on to the driving, and then we'll let them decide what they need to do. So
they'll make the determination.
Yep. And
They're
then
the professionals.
You let them break the news to her, and that way you ain't got to be the bad guy, you know?
That's what I'm crossing my fingers. I was like, nope, I'm crossing my fingers. I even went and got her the digital download so she can sit there and study the thing on her phone while, because she does everything on her phone. So I'm crossing my fingers that she'll study it. That test is hard though. Anyway, we'll let them deal with it.
It is. Have you guys seen anything else going on these YouTube streets, huh?
No.
I ain't really seen too much of nothing. I know I noticed that Perplex CPS has been hiding pretty good.
Yeah, she's been pretty quiet. I haven't gotten like a notification that goes off for that one.
Yeah.
Really, it's
probably just going away for a little bit and then she'll come back. Like everybody else. Hoping people forget.
Let's see here. Brutally honest, mixed diagnosis on my leg caused it to be dead for about a month. They saved it, but I can only stand for 30 minutes. I went from working 12 hours a day to 30 minutes. It's hard. Oh, fuck yeah, I bet it is. Oh, I bet it is. And I bet you that's painful as hell too, you know?
I bet. Well, as we get older, all of us end up slowing down. Things happen and we have to slow down a little bit. There's lots of things that I can't do that I used to do. And I get frustrated because my husband's 5 years older than me and I have to have him do it. I was supposed to be the one to take care of him. And sometimes he's got to take care of me.
Oh, listen, I have learned that plastic packaging, you need a 5-year-old to open it.
Yeah.
Like they're and jar tops, I think they're putting them on tighter than they ever did before.
Right?
Oh my gosh, the Hive Live last night was perfect. It was fun.
Yes, it was. And the one that came up acting like what's her name from Mad TV, I fucking laughed so hard. I haven't seen Saturday Night Live in a long ass time. I forgot. I honestly forgot all about it. And then when they said JLR could be Stewart, bitch, I'd have lost my shit. Oh my god. I was like, oh Lord, oh my god. That is funny. That is too fucking funny. Right. Look what I can do.
We have the best group of parody people around here.
Yeah, we really do. Oh, you know what? Here's a video. Hold on. Jay dropped this one. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, that I thought about that, Pecan, but and she doesn't do any video games or anything. So I've been trying to find. I found her a flat quilt thing. It's like a you only stuff the fabric into it rather than actually having to sew it. Anyway, I've been finding her different craft projects. She really likes crewel work, and I just found her a new crewel work kit.
All right, we got her up on the screen. Listen to the dog. I don't know what's going on with you, Cheesy, but I went ahead and muted you because it was super loud. Whatever you got going on. But listen to Voodoo. Can you guys hear her snoring over here? She is sawing logs hard. Here we go.
Reason why Sebastian's rescue ride yesterday, and what an appalling because these people called Michaela's, called those bars, said we were going to be the problem, we were going to do all this stuff, this, that, and the other, and it was so untrue. And look, once again, they come and disturb. Reason why I was arrested is because I threatened I was going to sue people. JLR, Chlamydia, QB, all behind this. Remember that JLR has his team, which Chloe, JS for Justice, all these pieces of shit. And then we have Chlamydia and all her pieces of shit. And then we have Queen Bee and all her pieces of shit. So all these pieces of shit work together to do this. So we know who did. I'm not going to get into the POS, Detective Lisa Byington, which makes me wonder how many people has she unlawfully arrested? If she's willing to do what she did to me, how many others are there? These piece of shit parents are not going to win. You don't lie under oath. Get somebody thrown in jail and think that there are no consequences. As a matter of fact, Eric Craddock, if you're watching this, I will be demanding your resignation. You didn't see what I did to the chief of police in Chatham County. Lisa, I'm waiting for the next arrest warrant. Lisa, when are you going to violate my constitutional rights again? Lisa, when are you going to violate my civil liberties again? Mr. Craddock, Miss Byington? You want to keep going? I went to jail for freedom of speech. I want to make sure that's clear to everybody. I'm about to school your boyfriend. They did this. And what JLR did after this to try to further ruin me, he can kiss my white breaded ass. This is a detective upholding the law. And she's basically saying I had no legitimate purpose there because I was doing nighttime. I didn't know there was a curfew in Henderson. Can you imagine you driving on public property and sticking your phone out the window and being arrested for that in America? Especially the people that helped do this. We know the 3 teams that worked on this. It was JLR's team, it was Chlamydia's team, and it was QB's team. And all their people, right? So when I say team, I mean them as a unit. We know BT's on QB's team. We know that KP, CP are on Chlamydia's team. We know J for J, Chloe, that horrible person, Kitty Sanders, or whatever her name is, that's running, Ellie Mae Farmer, that's running. It's my understanding all parents were on the phone with Chlamydia. So they intentionally wanted this done at Sebastian's rescue. Affiant believes the defendant violated the conditions of 3 protective orders twice this date. Therefore, your affiant is charging the defendant with 6 counts of violation of a court order. The mom and stepfather basically lied under oath and got fraudulent protective orders and failed to serve. I know that there's been a lot of people on this platform that have been lying and not being very honest with the public about what truly transpired. So I was arrested for using hashtags and threatening to sue the Proudfoots and Bower Sox. Sumner County Sheriff's Office violated my constitutional rights and my civil liberties in this coordinated effort with these 2 people here to have it done. Sebastian's rescue ride yesterday. And what an appalling, because these people called, Michaela's called those bars, said we were going to be the problem, we were going to do all this stuff, this, that, and the other. And it was so untrue. And look, once again, they come. The reason why I was arrested is because Sebastian's rescue ride yesterday. And what
Yeah, she like put them all together. Jay did put all the videos together. All of her little TikTok rants.
That's a great little compilation.
And for anybody who doesn't know, she did not get Chief Hadley fired. He is still the chief of police.
Yeah, yep.
And I don't know why I had noise before that you had to mute me. I was just sitting here, so I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck it was. Hold on, we have somebody back here, so I want to make sure we get her up. Your camera's on, Betty. Do you want to turn it off? There's a camera at the bottom of your screen. Okay, you got it off. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. What you got to add, baby?
Excuse me, but I think there's so many of us that our hearts are just being really broken and dragged around, because in reality, there are so many children and women and boys that are being horribly, abused.
Absolutely. I mean, and there's, it's hard to sit back and watch. I can imagine it's hard for you guys.
I apologize. I think that's the only thing I had to say is, what do you do when you're oversaturated? Like, I mean, I have so many things that I pondered of children and women that are being exploited and abused. And I mean, it is easier to focus on one situation.
Right, but there's just so many, it's just like there's so many missing children. It's, you know what I mean? It's really sad that certain ones get more attention and some don't get any attention at all.
Exactly.
So to see somebody that like Seth, dogging out the police department, and being upset with them, because they wouldn't tell him that they had a $50,000 reward for his son until the next day when they could tell the news. I thought that was pretty shitty that he went straight to his tab and started dogging them out.
Yeah, there are so many games being played, but in the end, it won't happen on this platform, but at some platform, how do we really, protect our children? Because I've been seeing videos. I mean, just the other day, somebody tried to abduct like a 9-year-old boy right off his yard.
Wow.
There's not much we can do other than educate our children.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm going to drop down. All I can say is, we really need to consider kindness for our immediate situations. But in the grand scheme of things, what is going on in this world that makes child sexual slavery, or whatever you want to call it? What's going on today? What is going on that makes sex the most important thing in so many people's freaking minds that they're willing to destroy the lives of others? And I'll drop down now. Thank you.
Okay, well, have a good afternoon, love. Thank you for coming up.
I often ponder that a little bit myself as far as, is there an increase in this stuff, or is it just that it's just out there more now that we have
Well,
the
I think
internet
it's
and
more
stuff, you
prevalent
know?
too. Yeah, people. Well, I mean that too, but I mean I think that um, everybody has phones and stuff now, and it's right at our fingertips.
Right.
Whereas before, you would go to work or whatever, school or whatever, and then you would come home and do your dinner time and then sit and watch TV, and then that's when you would see it on, like the news or the TV or whatever, and you just hear about it,
Right.
Now it's like it's all over the news. It's on TikTok, it's on Facebook, it's on
Everywhere.
Snapchat, it's on Instagram, it's on YouTube. It's everywhere.
Right. Well, and back then, a lot of times it was pushed under the rug too. People weren't
Right.
educated to.
There was no Me Too movement kind of thing either.
Right.
What's up, girls? What's up, Cappy? What's up, Mitten?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I just want to tell everybody, I think it's cool that there's so many people that are just finding your channel, from whether it be from people talking crap about you, people.
Yeah. You cut out, baby. Go ahead,
Bitch,
Cap.
I fucking forgot I still got that fucking message under my name.
What does it say?
It says, Earth plus Savage, true love always.
Fucking trolling.
I fucking love trolling that bitch. It is so fun, dude. I swear to God. Oh, God. That's such a good time, bitch.
True love forever.
True love forever. Remember, like, when you pass notes back in high school or middle school, you'd write TLA, true love always. Bitch, I'm on it.
You are so Gen X, Cappy.
Yeah,
I truly am. I am very Gen X, yes.
I hadn't seen TLA since I was in 7th grade.
And remember, you'd make the T be the top of the L, and then the bottom of the L would cross the A.
With the heart around it.
I am fucking Gen X. So Gen X.
Fold your note, right? It would look like an arrow, and yeah.
Oh yeah, we could fold it into squares or arrows, or there were so many ways to fold. It was so fun.
And when the teacher would get a hold of it and read it in front of the class,
bitch, and
thought you were gonna die.
That was pre-texting and even pre-pagers. People.
I know. Our kids don't understand the struggle. Like I was talking to my kids the other day about, you guys don't understand the struggle of mixtapes.
Right.
For us
Not
to
even
have a
close.
mixtape, and you had to tape it off the radio, and you had to time it just right so the DJ didn't get his mouth in there, and they don't understand. And then to just listen to your favorite song over and over and over again, to press rewind, stop. Oh, I didn't get it there long. There all the way. Rewind again, stop.
So check this out. We were going through like a tote in the basement, and there's a house phone in there, right? Somebody's got feedback. Guessing it's Min Mama. Yep. You got some feedback, baby. But anyways, anyway, they look. She's like, "Is this a walkie-talkie, Mom?"
No way.
It was a cordless fucking phone. She had no idea what it was. She didn't know what it was. She's like, "What is this? Is this one of those walkie-talkies that she listened to?"
Oh my God, that's great.
I fucking die. I said, I want to go show them like the rotary phone, like the old ass fucking.
Right. Well, just the phone book. We got a phone book one day, and it had like 4 different cities or 4 different towns, I guess you'd say, in it, and it's not even bigger than a notebook, And that used to be like one city was like huge; you could barely lift it, If anybody even still gets a phone book, I don't know.
I can't even find a phone book.
Right.
Grandma's like, I need a phone book. I don't know how to get her a phone book. Cappy, I just threw away all of my notes from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade about 2 months ago when we were cleaning out some boxes. Grandma had apparently found them when I had them in a box that was at her house, and she like saved them for me. So I just threw out. Boy, the dump got a whole bunch of interesting things from my teenage years.
I wonder where my like high school fucking box of things went. I had a bunch of notes and a bunch of ticket stubs and shit like that.
I saved the ticket stubs, but I got rid of all the notes and stuff.
Right. Yeah, the ticket stubs, like you could see like the price inflation, like fucking from the 90s to the 2000s is fucking crazy. Oh Lord, it was wild, especially for like Disneyland. Oh my god,
Lil Bo.
Fucking done. Oh man, I have to go catch
Lil
up on the
Bo,
last
you
part
need
of
to
the
check your
stream.
inbox too, Lil Bo.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Well, I need to. Unless you went back and responded, I need to check again But I had to cut out like an hour early last night, and I gotta go catch up on the last part of the stream. We had a lot of fun though. That was a good stream last night.
Yes, it was. It
was fucking hilarious.
And I really appreciated Queen Bee's Cliffs Notes version of what I've missed. That really helped a lot.
Kids nowadays will never know the excitement of getting the Sears Roebuck or the JCPenney's catalog.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm
Oh
circling
my God,
everything you
dude.
want.
Hell yeah. Sears catalog was the big daddy of catalogs too. Like super thick.
Yes.
Yes.
Especially at Christmas time. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh, that was the best, bitch. Good Lord. I remember there was like an order form in the back and oh dude, it was so fun.
Yeah.
Fun. Let the good times roll.
In our family, you got to go through and fold the page down and put your name, put your initial by the letter, the corresponding letter, and then sometime in about October, they'd pay extra all year on the Sears credit card so that they could do the big Christmas haul, right?
Hell yeah.
Sometime in October, and then all my mom and her 2 sisters would have everything sent to Grandma's house. And then they would all wrap over there, and then slowly things would, those were the good days.
Dude, Sears fucking credit didn't fuck around, dude. Like if you were late on their payments, like you had to have fucking dynamite credit to fucking maintain one of those fucking cards. And I remember like my grandma let me be an authorized user when I was in high school. Oh, big mistake. And I fucking had my own card. I was a minor, and I go spend money, and she was like late on some payments, and that affected my credit later. It showed up on my fucking credit report as a minor. Isn't that weird?
Because you were an authorized user on the card.
Right. Didn't matter that I was 16 and fucking just, spent money like it, didn't matter. She'd be like, go get some school clothes. Fuck. Okay, I will. Oh, such a good time. Such a good time.
Mm-hmm. So much different, but I'm telling you, if your phone fucks up, go find a 6-year-old. They can fix it. Maybe an 8-year-old. Go find a niece or a nephew or a grandkid or a friend that has a kid, and like tell them what's going on with your phone. They'll fix it in a damn heartbeat. Like,
you want to know something? Like I had an animal pass away like a month and a half ago, right? And I wanted to explore my options of what I could do, because we attempted to do a grave site in the backyard that didn't work. The fucking earth was so fucking compacted, right?
Oh.
So I'm like, I have like a few options here. Let me explore them. And calling LA County was one of them. I was like, well, what do we do here? And what do we have to do? They're like, they only accept personal checks. I'm like, what? Who does that? Who writes checks?
Personal checks.
Yeah, that basically told me like we don't want to, service you. Like we don't service our community unless they have personal checks. So you're only servicing like 90-year-old people or what? Like
So cash isn't even good enough. You got to have a check.
The courts are like that too.
That's fucking crazy to me. Like what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Okay, so I guess I'll be doing something else. Thank you very much. I don't have a checkbook. But yeah. Hilarious. Oh. But the reason why I did pop up originally was because you guys were talking about them being like kind of like more bad things happening. I don't think that there's more bad things happening. I think that the internet allows us to see the bad things that have always been happening.
Well, it allows more people access and more people to weigh in on the scenario. Whereas back in the day, you had a newspaper that came out once a week.
Right.
Some places had daily newspapers, but for the most part, you had a newspaper that came out once a week. You had news that was on at 5:30 and 10.
Right. Yeah. So if you weren't sitting down to take in that information, you weren't getting it. Like. But yeah, I just feel like there's always been really bad things, but with all the surveillance in the world and the internet, like people are getting documented doing said bad things.
Oh God, I thank God there weren't smartphones when I was a kid.
Oh my God, right? Like the surveillance cameras they had in the 90s for us kids were like, you could so dodge them so easy. Like the oscillating ones.
Football.
Right, you could see them from like 10 miles away, and like the oscillating ones that move back and forth, they were so slow, like it was ridiculous. It was like, what's the point?
Nana's Love said my husband still writes checks, but he's older. My dad just stopped writing checks. Yeah, the other day he told me he says, I told my bank I don't need checks anymore. I was like, wow.
I don't need checks anymore. Well, good luck going to court or calling animal control.
Oh God, Grandma still writes checks.
I knew it.
The debit
I'm
card.
just saying he just stopped like a month ago. Told his bank, so yeah.
My mom doesn't even write checks anymore. She's fixing to be 70. Like she's like, what? They want a check? I was talking to my kids like about the LA riots like this week, and I was talking to them about it, and I'm like, it was kind of the beginning of what's happening now, because the two things that started the LA riots with Rodney King and oh God, what was her name? The little girl that got shot in the liquor store in South Central. It was documented on surveillance, right? And then somebody documented Rodney King on home video. And that's what, like, people got to see things like, whoa, these things are happening, like, and got very upset, And I'm like, was kind of the beginning of that. And you could think like, and the unrest that followed was the reaction. People didn't get to see things like that before, but they were always happening.
The other thing that happened at that same time, Cappy, was the Bronco chase.
The what?
The Bronco chase. OJ.
OJ, yeah. That was a couple years after, yeah. I just got off the 405, too. It was crazy.
And before that, the other thing that I do remember was baby Jessica falling in the well in Texas.
Not baby Jessica.
Yes, baby Jessica.
Yeah, baby Jessica. I remember her.
Oh my God. I saw like a thing, like she's like in her 30s now and shit, like she has like a scar on her forehead still. Yeah, baby Jessica.
That's how
somebody from my generation didn't remember her. And I was like, what? I think it was my husband.
That's how my baby sister got her name.
That was a huge deal. Like it was documented and we all got to watch it on TV.
My mom was pregnant with my sister at that time.
Yeah, we were all glued to our TV with baby Jessica.
John Benet Ramsey was another one. Yep.
Yeah, that was another one that was like, yeah, with the OJ trial though, like, oh my God, you couldn't even watch TV.
I just remember that Bronco chase was like, it was on every channel. Everybody was watching it. It went on for hours. Like,
oh God, yeah.
I remember going out and riding my bike.
Al Cowling's dumbass fucking toting fucking OJ around in his Bronco. And like, we had relatives visiting from out of state, and we had took them out to downtown LA because it was like my grandma's sister's kids and grandkids. And my grandma was still alive, but her sister wasn't. And so we took her out to her old neighborhood and by her old high school. She went to Beaumont High, and she was, we're taking the tour of LA with them. And we got on the 405 and came home. Not 20 minutes later, the same course of the 405 going south, we were watching the Bronco go down, and they were beside themselves. They were like, we were just there. I'm like, yeah, we were just there. That's fucking crazy. Like, it was really weird, very surreal. And we were just up, like, all over that part of Los Angeles. But, man, fuck, that whole case was crazy.
Please.
I was out of high school by 94. I was graduated in 92, so.
I was like 15. I was a sophomore when that happened.
I was graduating that year. I was becoming an adult.
You were class of 94? Okay.
I graduated in 94, yes. I was born in 76.
78 right here, baby.
I mean, I was raised by you better have your ass in the. We had a 9 o'clock whistle every night. The fire at 9 o'clock. So you better have your ass in the yard by the time that 9 o'clock whistle blew. That was my rule.
Mm-hmm. We were on street light duty, like street lights on.
Me too. Get home before dark.
Oh man, drinking out of the hose and all the craziness.
Oh my God, the water in the hose was so cold. It was so good.
Unless the sun had been beating down in it all day.
Unless the sun had been on the hose all day, and then the water tasted really funky when it came through that hose.
Oh yeah, it tasted like hose. But in the colder weather, yes, I do get it. It was very cold. It was very cold.
Well, you guys got to remember, you live in the warmer states. I live in Minnesota. My water's always cold.
There you go. Damn, I'm going to come out there and drink off your hose, and it's fucking hot today.
Slip and slides, you guys. We had absolute steel.
Dude, you know it. You fucking know it. And I always wanted that slip and slide that had the pool at the end. Never got it.
You know what I never got? The Snoopy snow cone machine.
Oh, I got that, bitch. That thing was awesome.
I never got the Snoopy snow cone machine, and I never got my fashion plates.
You know, when I had fashion plates. I bought a vintage fashion plates off of eBay a couple years back, and I bought the new one because I wanted a vintage one because it was all 70s clothes, you know what I mean? Fashion plates was my jam, bitch.
Oh my God, I loved going over to my friend's house that had those.
They were so fun, so fucking fun. Dude, you don't even know. You know what I didn't get was a sit and spin. I wanted a sit and spin so bad.
Bitch, I love my sit and spin.
Shit was so fun. I'd go fucking over to my homie's house and fucking play on that like all the time, like all day.
I had a Chips big wheel complete with siren.
Chips, no, bitch. Lucky.
I used to have a crush on Eric Estrada.
That's what I was just gonna say. Like, I had the biggest crush on Eric Estrada from Chips when I was little.
Ponch was fucking. He was a hottie. He was a hottie.
Bo and Luke Duke. Oh my God.
Magnum. Oh my God. My biggest crush was always Tom Selleck. You know what I loved about him? When at the very end, when he was sitting in the Ferrari and he would wiggle his eyebrows. Oh my God, that like I was a little girl, like 5 or 6, and just like I would lunge at the TV because I just loved it when I did that.
Voice lunging at the
He was
TV.
hot.
Oh, dude, I got a better story than that. So then, when I lived in New York, I found out that Tom Selleck lived not far from where I was at.
Nah.
And oh, bitch, I used to go and sit and like watch to see if I could see Tom Selleck. And one day, yes, I got asked to leave from the property.
I bet you did.
You old stalker.
Yep.
My
Stalker
dream boat
101.
was
I stalked Tom Selleck. Yes, ma'am, I did.
my dream boat was Patrick Swayze when I was in junior high and high school.
Oh, hold on, Cheesy. Hold up. I got something for you. I got a letter from Patrick Swayze. Hold on, you guys.
What?
Oh God, I loved him.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Right.
He was such a bad boy. And
Okay,
that
you guys,
movie.
this was from 1988. Okay, hold on. Well, we got the blindfold on. Eventually, if we drop the blindfold, here it is.
Queen, could you drop the overlay so we can see Patrick Swayze's letter to voices?
But I don't remember not loving John Travolta. I think I've loved him my whole entire life.
Oh, that's what I was just going to say. I loved Travolta. I thought he was a better dancer than Swayze. Hands down.
Yeah.
Hands down. There's something about Swayze's dance that was kind of effeminate. And like Travolta's. Did I say that right? I'm catching a case of the dumbs hanging out here on YouTube with dummies.
But I like muscly guys, so Patrick Swayze was
But yeah,
Until the blindfold gets dropped, it says, "Dear Angela, thank you for taking the time to write to me. I apologize for the delay in responding to your letter. I've been very busy with my motion picture career, and I have barely had a few moments to catch my breath. I truly appreciate your interest in me and would like to invite you to join my official fan club. You will find it the very best way to stay in touch with my latest professional efforts. I am sending you this small picture of me as a token of my gratitude for all the good thoughts that you sent. And thank you again, Angela. And if I am ever in Grable, I will be thinking of you. All my best wishes, Patrick Swayze." And oh my God, seriously, this son of a bitch has been framed since the 80s.
Bitch, I'm done with you.
Well, I got one up on you. I share my birthday with Captain Kangaroo, and we used to send birthday cards to each other. And it was actually him who wrote the birthday cards. So a friend of my dad's knew his secretary, and she had told Captain Kangaroo Bob Keisha how much I loved animals and how big of a fan of his I was, and so we used to send birthday cards back and forth to each other.
Oh my God,
Easy
that is
Weezy coming in clutch with the Captain Crew Kangaroo connect, huh?
Right?
Nice.
It is signed, so again, I'll show it to you. Like, it is signed. But that's cheesy. That's sweet. That is. Oh my God.
It was very exciting for me when I was a kid.
Oh, that is so exciting.
That must have been so cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember going to the store with my mom to pick out the perfect card for him, and it always had to have animals on it, and it was very exciting for me as a child.
I don't know why this made me think of this, but you guys probably don't know this, but okay, so we're from LA. My family watched Dodger games, and Vin Scully was the commentator for years, and he had a very distinct voice. And in the breaks of, during the commercial breaks of the game or at the end of the game, he'd be like, "Dodger baseball is brought to you by Farmer John's," and I thought he was Farmer John. I really thought that he was Farmer John, and that was his picture on the Farmer John's hot dogs, because it was kind of just like a little cartoon illustration, and it kind of looked like him.
Oh.
I thought that was the guy. But I think if someone was from my neighborhood, they would be like, "Oh my god, that's fuck crazy." But yeah, I also thought that people rode in the big part of the blimp. I thought they were just like floating around up there.
Did they all floated around in the big part?
Yeah, and the pilot rode in the bottom. I thought everybody else rode up in the big part. It's crazy.
I also, when I was a kid, I used to play the accordion. And we were going to have a concert with Myron Florin. And that was like, he was like a celebrity to me because he was on the Lawrence Welk show. And I go to school and tell all my friends that I was going to play in a concert with Myron Florin. And they're like, who's Myron Florin? Nobody knew who Myron Florin was. Kind of a dork. I played the accordion.
I fucking love you for that. That is fucking awesome.
That is so Minnesotan. Hey,
It's very Minnesotan.
Queen, there's a Patrick Swayze letter.
And I still to this day like polka. Thank you very much.
Nothing wrong with polka.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. That's so funny.
Everybody in the chat's like, who's Myron Florin?
Right.
He was on the Lawrence Welk show, okay? He was on the TV.
Lawrence Welk was like definitely reruns by the time you came around, though, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So I was gonna say that's like more like mom's generation, I think.
You don't know who Captain Kangaroo is.
Samantha's too young for that.
You don't know about Romper Room either, then.
Fucking Romper Room, eh? Fuck yeah. I would take in some Romper Room back in the day.
I just looked. Lawrence Welk's show ended in 1982, so I would have been in second grade. So yeah, it goes about yeah.
Okay.
We used to watch Lawrence Welk and Hee Haw. Oh my god, I loved Hee Haw too.
Oh, we loved Hee Haw, yeah.
You know what I don't know why I was looking this up, like nighttime soap operas like Knots Landing, Dynasty, Dallas. Those shows all ended in the early 90s. I thought for sure they ended in the 80s, but
me too.
I didn't know I was in high school when those shows were like ending.
When those shows were ending, that's when like ER, Law and Order,
Yeah,
LA Law, all of
all came on the scene. Yeah.
Yep.
if you're Rosen Island on Golden Girls, Lala.
Yeah.
Lala.
Oh no, not Lala. She was so funny, dude. She was great. Fucking Betty White, man.
I used to love Jimmy Smits on LA Law. I was boy crazy when I was a kid. I loved everybody. I look at men like most people look at art.
Thank you for the super chat, Lil Shoe. I think Queen stepped away. Thank you. That is the cutest damn name. It really is, Little Shoe.
That is cute.
I don't know why it makes me think of like when I went in 6th grade to like sleepaway camp, the whole school did. They were like, they fucking conned us into being quiet at night, okay, by saying that there's gnomes in the fucking forest and that they'll come and give you a little shoe if you're quiet. And whoever gets the shoes gets to get a treat in the morning. So yeah, us bitches were being all quiet, like, we gotta get a shoe. And totally thinking that gnomes were coming to fucking drop off their little shoes at the fucking door.
That's also
Did you ever get a little shoe?
Yeah, we got a little shoe every night.
Cute.
Except the last night. Well, the last night we got one, and then the other cabin, who was loud as fuck, were accusing us of stealing their little fucking shoe. We didn't steal it. We got our shoe and we brought it in, and then we got loud. We got smart at the end. Smartened up day 5 when it was time to go home. Like, why don't we just grab the shoe, bitches, and then we can party afterwards? Good Lord. Smarten up, kids.
I never got to do sleepaway camp. That was always in the middle of like hay season and everything else. And so that just sleepaway camp wasn't an option.
Damn. It was kind of fun. Food was kind of bad, but I was a fat ass, so I ate it all. I made like peanut butter and honey sandwiches for our sack lunches for our hikes. Ugh. I ended up liking them. I can't stand that now, though.
I have found that YouTube has Green Acres, Archie Bunker. I think there's Quincy, Emergency, and one other one. They're on here. And there are some times when you just have to turn the world off and turn on stuff that was old when you were young.
A few months ago, I got all the DVDs for Three's Company. I was pretty excited about that.
Oh, that's cool.
And I have all the DVDs for Little House on the Prairie. My daughter bought it for me a few years ago for Christmas.
I have the whole Love Comes Calling series.
Thank you, little shoe. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
can we
Thank you. What?
Can we show him the Patrick Swayze letter?
God, she's just dying to show us.
Here we go. I know you're excited. Here we go. Check it out. Where'd you get that at?
He wrote
Patrick
to me.
Swayze.
Dang, girl, look out.
Yeah.
That was a personal invite to his #1 fan club right there.
Yes.
He was definitely the sexiest man on earth. He was.
I got that July 15th, 1988.
Wow.
Bitch.
That was in the height of the Dirty Dancing era.
Yeah, that was a year after Dirty Dancing was put out. Yeah.
I
You were like
watched Dirty Dancing
12.
Yep, I was 12. I watched Dirty Dancing that summer 318 times.
Yep, I watched Dirty Dancing so many times that only to rewind it for like I rented it from the video store for like a whole day, and the only time I stopped watching it was to rewind it because you had to rewind things on VHS.
I literally know that movie. I could like sit there. I could sit there with you probably, and we both recite it to each other. I bet.
Me too. Yep.
You know what I just found the other day in a box? Not only did I record it from HBO and I have that original VHS, but I also found the audio tapes because I sat with my boombox in front of the speaker and I recorded it so that I could audibly listen to it, even though I wasn't watching the picture of it when my dad was watching the news on the TV. I could put it in the kitchen in the stereo. Yes.
I'm done with you voices.
I was so obsessed. I had the little cutoff shorts. I had the little white sneakers, and that was all I would wear. I had a black and white, red and white striped boat shouldered top, and then I had a white tank top that tied in between my boobs that my mom let me out of the house with, mind you.
Bitch,
Yes.
do you remember when it was like a phase to like take the laces out of your kids?
Yep.
And it was
that's
like
exactly what we did. Yep.
Exactly, yes.
Which I know every dance move I could probably, other than I cannot. Nobody wants to lift my fat ass up over their head like that. I'd kill them. But yes, yes.
That's my life too. Don't worry. Queen's probably like, these old fucking Gen X bitches are crazy.
No, it's okay. I got to bust in here though. Irish's Eyes, thank you for becoming a new member. And Mary Jane, thank you for becoming a new member. Lou Tube, thank you for becoming a new member. Tiffany B gifted 5 memberships. And Little Shoe did a 1999 super sticker set because I'm a Virgo as well. Okay, go ahead, little Virgo. Little shoes of Virgo. Oh shit. That's my little favorite one. Her name's his or her, whatever their name. The little shoe cracks me up. All right, go ahead. Back to it. Sorry about that.
What do you call your lover boy?
Come here, lover boy.
There, little boy.
Oh, lover boy.
No, and if he doesn't answer,
I simply say, baby.
oh, bitch, I'm done. I can't. I can no longer.
Now do you understand voices just a little bit more?
Yes, I do. That's fucking great. Epic. I'm
Dirty
loving
Dancing
it.
is all about Dirty Dancing. Yep.
That was my favorite movie.
Dude, I'm not slut shaming or anything, but baby sister, Lisa, man, she was a fast one, huh?
Yeah. Especially
Robbie,
for back then. That was when that was supposed to be taking place was like in the 60s or whatever?
Yeah.
50s or 60s?
Kennedy was president.
Yeah. So yeah, that was
Well, she technically didn't screw Robbie though, because Robbie was messing around with the old lady.
Yeah.
So she just acted kind of floozy-ish. She didn't actually engage that we know of, you know.
Well, that's because they were on the golf course. Robbie, I don't hear an apology.
Oh yeah, wait, I forgot. Yeah, she wouldn't let him. That's right.
Yeah.
So she was just kind of like a tease.
And he told her to go back to the playroom.
Why don't you go
Or the
back to
playhouse.
Yes, your playhouse, and maybe you'll get one in your dreams there, Lisa.
Right.
Fuck you, bitches. They're fucking on it, dude.
That was my favorite movie.
It was a great movie, though. It really was a great flick. It really was.
Well, after Patrick Swayze died, I needed a new favorite actor. Now it's Nicolas Cage. I love Nicolas Cage.
Dude, my husband never knew that Patrick Swayze sang that fucking.
Oh, she's like the wind.
Everybody comes to me.
Yeah.
Hey, I had to jump up real quick. My grandmother took me to go see Grease when I was real little, and it had just come out. And you know, that's got some, you know, sexual overtones, right? Undertones,
Yeah.
whatever. And I just remembered, like, why is my grandma like so fidgety in the movie theater? Like,
Bitch, Rizzo thought she was pregnant with fucking Kaneki's baby. There was definitely sexual overtones.
Bro, 2 steps to the left.
To the left, to the left.
Everything you own's in a box to the left.
all right,
Who has an airplane?
can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Shit. I had to stand on one foot and rub my belly and tap my head. So, yeah. But yeah, I just thought it was so funny, like the movies that you think, like TGI Fridays. The first Fridays was in Memphis, right? And I can remember my parents going there, and we ate lunch there one time, and my dad, you know, he was just like, which
You went away again.
She tells such good stories too. Like, it gets me so upset.
anyway.
Just get into it, and then I'm like, where'd she go?
Okay, am I back?
You're back.
Okay, all right. I'll sit crooked. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so we went to Fridays, and my dad's sitting there, and he was like, "What time do you think everything's gonna start?" Right? And I thought, "Uh-oh, they got go-go dancers," because I used to sneak and watch Laugh In from the hallway. You know, they had the go-go dancers. You know, and I was like, "There's gonna be go-go dancers here." But it was so fun. It's just funny what you think of as a kid.
Bitch, you were like the cutest kid ever, dude. You were so funny. They're gonna have go-go dancers. I used to watch Laughing on fucking reruns. That was a great show.
Oh God, Solid Gold dancers on Sunday night.
Fuck yeah. Remember Star Search?
The original Hollywood Squares.
Wish we could go back to that. I wish we could go back to those times. I always
I
wanted to be a
know.
go-go dancer.
That would have been cool.
It would have been cool. But see, I liked how they had like the paint, like they had flowers painted on them. You know, it wasn't like tattoos, it was paint. And I just thought that was like the best thing. But I couldn't watch it because, you know, I mean, I guess I'd be blind and go to hell. And so I'd have to sneak down the hallway, and I'd sit in the hall of the, you know, in the door leading to our den and watch it on the TV.
Little
And
Row always sinning.
I know, and then on the weekend,
Fuck.
Just plan on hearing the first two sentences, and that's it. I'll fix it sometimes.
Well, I got one.
I
Roller
forget past
skating.
the second sentence, and it just cuts right off. I'm
Roller
like,
skating
what
at the
is
roller
going
rink.
on? How does it cut off like halfway? What the fuck?
I don't know.
sorry,
Quite annoying,
Yeah.
though.
You
I'm
know
on
what
hot
though?
band. I'm sorry.
Remember the
Oh,
other
it's
night
not
in
you,
voice
it's
chat
just
row?
service or something. Something's going on.
I
Are you
know.
wearing earbuds?
No, I'm not wearing earbuds.
Oh man, what do we
But
got
I
to
did
do?
get an email. They're doing something. They're upgrading our internet in this area, so that
Oh,
might
that's
be it.
probably what's going on then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
No, I'm not trolling you, Indy. Stop it. Stop it. I ain't trolling you. I ain't troll. Yeah, that was a troll. Oh,
What about the big weekend fun at the roller rink?
girl.
Oh
Yes.
man.
Oh. Look, you lived for Friday because that was like, and if you got grounded, holy smash, the world was coming to an end.
Right? I used to ask my parents, can't you just spank me?
Yeah.
Do you remember a show on the USA Network called Youthquake with a girl named Jennifer, and she used to travel around and was like essentially a groupie for all of the 80s and 90s bands?
Uh-uh.
And there was another show called Dance Party USA.
That one I remember. Dance Party USA.
That was on after Youthquake.
Youthquake sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it.
She was from California. Her name was the host's name was Jennifer. Like they had like Lanier, and Tommy Page. That was at the same time that like Pop Tarts was doing a Sweet Sensation, Tommy Page, Lanier, and there was one other one. I don't remember what it was, but like Pop Tarts, where you could, if you got so many boxes of Pop Tarts, you sent the little code in, and they sent you cassette tapes.
Well, remember all that fun kind of stuff where you'd mail in your proof of purchases? Like you could get so much cool shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember like SpaghettiOs had like these thermal bowls. I had like 6 of them, bitch.
And everything was send a self-addressed stamped envelope.
Yeah.
Stace.
Oh my god! Remember Columbia House where we'd all rip off the fucking
Yeah.
CDs and then the tapes and shit? Oh my god!
Can y'all remember
Bitch,
buying a
that came
CD?
up on my credit.
I remember buying CDs and it took like 30 minutes to get into it. And then you had to get a knife and you were just like, you just destroyed the case. You were like, hell with it. I just got to get them in. You could never get into those things. They were like hermetically sealed.
Those big white plastic. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, they were like
But
a
now-
rectangle, bitch. I remember
Yeah.
those things.
But if you bought the CD out of the back of a trunk, those weren't sealed up as good.
Exactly. Those bootlegs were fucking great. You could get right
They
into
were
those.
great. I loved them.
What about the catalog 84009 or 109 or something like that? Remember that? The catalog? You always wondered what the catalog was?
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. That's the Salt Lake City, Utah 84009 or something like that. 8410009.
Remember
It
when
was
my underwear?
the consumer's catalog. The consumer's catalog it was called. It was on like 50 times a day on commercials.
I don't know.
Mm.
I remember.
Do you remember Hypercolor shirts?
Yep.
God, I want some of that fabric right now.
Hypercolor clothing. Oh my god.
Right?
That's the best. The washer and dryer would like destroy them right away.
Right. Well, you couldn't dry them. You could only wash. You had to hang them to dry.
All right, I gotta jump down, ladies. I love y'all. It was good talking to y'all. Love you guys.
Good
Bye.
talking with you, baby.
Bye,
We'll
Cap.
play. There's a video. Let's see here. I haven't seen it yet, but somebody just sent it to me and said that it was made. Let's see.
Well, y'all have helped me be very productive. I got laundry hangered. I got all my hand washing done. I got the garbage out, the bathroom cleaned. Y'all have helped me be super productive this morning. Thank you. Oh man, Just Jake, Brian Adams, Richard Marx, Bon Jovi. Oh yeah. Nelson. You know, it's great that we can reminisce about this and know that we grew up in a whole different era than what life is now.
We sound like our parents.
Okay, this is pretty long, so I'm not going to play it because it is pretty long. Hey, Jonathan, I'm not sure if anybody said hi to you or if you got your question answered, but welcome to the Hive. I hope you're doing well. Seasons did a video, and like I said, it is kind of long, but if you guys want to go watch it and give her a like and a sub, here's the link in the chat. I know. I don't know. I'm sorry, Roro. I know it does that to you often, but it just cuts you off. Like you've had a really bad day the last 2 days with StreamYard. I don't know if it's StreamYard or if it's your the internet service being fixed, but it's been really bad. Anyhow, ladies, we've been on here for a while, so I'm jumping off here. I got to get some stuff done today, but I will try to catch y'all on the flip side. Pop on here later, maybe.
All right. Bye. Thanks for having me.
We'll see you later, love.
Bye. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you for the showing love. All y'all showing love always with the memberships, super chats and stuff, and the cash apps, PayPals. I did get them. Thank you very, very much. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for donating to the legal fund as well. It helps. So I appreciate that. Anyhow, if you guys need anything, shoot me an email and I will happily get back to you. Have a good day. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out with me and happy Saturday shenanigans. Bye, y'all. Be safe on these YouTube streets.